album is meant for a mature audience only, so don't listen if you don't have pubes. If you're driving your mother's car, turn it up now. And if your mother's in the car, tell that old bitch to get out. And if that pissed her off, she's on the rag. And if she's not on the rag, bitch got menopause. No more babies. Rucka, Rucka! Fuck you too, can't hold me down. Haters gonna hate when you're rich and brown. Weird Al is so old, you got a foot in the ground. Now I'm drowning in his money, just poor Peter Clown. Fuck you too, you're deleting my shit. 500 million views and my name on your tits. Ruckus Knuckers made me the #1 hit. So if you ain't Ruckus Knuckers, you can suck on my dick. This the intro, bitch, before we come through your window. Fuck you with my fist while you playing Nintendo with your friend, yo. Send your money to me to get your refund when I bomb your country. I will be nice to you faggots saying that bit already. But DJ Not Nice got the media sweating. BBC reports racist CEOs are getting kids in trouble, but they won't mention my name in my obituary. Fuck you too, can't hold me down. Haters gonna hate when you're rich and brown. Weird Al is so old, you got a foot in the ground. Now I'm drowning in his money, just poor Peter Clown. Fuck you too, you're deleting my shit. 500 million views and my name on your tits. Ruckus Knuckers made me the #1 hit. So if you ain't Ruckus Knuckers, you can suck on my dick.
Oh god, it's auto-played once again to the Papers, Please theme, which I don't mind. In case you're wondering, that gentleman is Rucka Ali, who is not brown. I don't know why he's saying that. I think he's Jewish, but I don't know if that qualifies as a person of color, per se. He's a parody artist, and he's a parody artist in the way that when you're in a car and you're fucking up the lyrics to a song and making it violently racist as you sing to yourself, is a parody of a song. It's sort of nonsensical, but that's the great thing about parody in the United States, is that a parody doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't even have to be funny. It doesn't have to be successful in any way. A parody can be complete fucking nonsense, funny only to yourself, pleasing only to yourself, and it can still be a parody. So his music has been a staple of the internet for like 20 plus years, I want to say. Maybe not quite 20 years, but I remember Rucka's videos, like literally, like the kids, when the teacher would walk out of classroom, we'd all gather around the iMacs, the big old iMac computers that were like giant. They were like giant apple shapes with like a flat side that were like blue and had transparent plastic. And we'd gather around these and play Rucka Ali on it because it was funny, because he would say offensive words, and I just remember this very fondly because it was something that kids would share amongst themselves, as we did back in the day. Websites were made off word of mouth popularity in social situations, and now it's like the opposite. It's like social situations are made as a result of like the 3 websites that are allowed to exist. YouTube has always been kind of a pain in the ass to him because of his music, but recently his official media platform has been completely obliterated. So he had some kind of plug-in to like a central management thing. This is my interpretation. And what it does is it collects his tracks and it distributes them among streaming sites. So Spotify, Apple iTunes, and YouTube Music would automatically populate their list based off this company. And all at once, they were all taken down, which makes me assume that they were yanked by some kind of central authority that he had put his music into. And my suspicion is that last month, or maybe even 2 months ago, there was a guy called Shlomo Sheckelstein, I think is his name, which was the pseudonym of a German podcaster. And Shlomo wasn't actually like anti-Semitic. The reason why he picked the name Shlomo Sheckelstein is because he wasn't anti-Semitic, and a lot of people on the far right called him a Jew, like a subversive Jew. That did not protect him, however. The Germans are famous for their good sense of humor. So when they saw that this far-right podcaster was named Shlomo Sheckelstein, they went after him. In particular, he played this song on YouTube.
Thai Canadian says receive, and the Jew knows.
There we go.
What does the black say? What the black say?
Which is that's what I mean. It's just nonsense, but it's great. It's great if you have a juvenile sense of humor, which I think many of you do. So he played that on stream, and even though that song was not only on YouTube, it was actually available in Germany. Him rebroadcasting this song apparently constitutes in Germany a reiteration of it. So if you play some, like in the United States, if you play something, it's very unlikely that you'll ever be found liable for damages incurred by the video, right? Like you're just republishing something, you're not actually re-speaking it. But in Germany, that doesn't seem to be the case. If you republish something that has some kind of criminal or offensive connotation to it, you become personally liable for that offensive speech. So he was personally held liable for hate speech. And I think he's been in jail for like a full fucking year now, and was convicted of hate speech. And then a month after this, everything related to Rucka gets deleted, which makes me think that it's a Netz. I can't remember how you say it in German. It's like Netzdg or something, and that's like their anti-speech law for the internet in Germany specifically. Kind of like the Online Safety Act in the UK, but Netzdg been around for a long time. So it's true. It's true. It's not Germany's first active prosecution against the poor Jewish people. Shlomo Sheckelstein and, yeah, you're right, Shlomo Sheckelstein and Rucka Ali, notable Jewish musician, completely the artistry of their hands burned in a mass bonfire. Tragic. Anyways, so that's. I just want to let people know, if you're a Rucka fan for whatever reason, he's been around for so long that he was the co-host that replaced Dick Masterson. You may not. Nobody ever watched Maddox's podcast after they had a falling out. But Maddox continued to try and do the best podcast in the universe, and he cast Rucka Ali as his replacement. And I think even though he was like directly associated with Maddox, not too many people give him shit for this, because I think that he always pressed Maddox. And even in the final episode, Rucka was like kind of like pressing Maddox. So I think he got like a pass on this. I don't know if he has some kind of like deep lore where he's like a huge drama queen and everyone hates him now. I don't know that, but I find it kind of disgusting that his music has just been deleted completely, because it's something that's been around for forever. And when you're deleting music that's like 20 fucking years old off of YouTube, then it's like everything is up for reconsideration now. Like if you ever watch any of the old AVGN videos, he says like a lot of really violent stuff that wouldn't pass today. Like there's a very famous quote where he's playing the NES game Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and there's like a number that you're supposed to call. Like as a little kid in the 90s, you're supposed to call this, and it's going to be like the characters on the other line that are like recorded. So he does like a fake phone call where he says, "Listen here, you bunny fucking bitch, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family." And I'm like, if you made that joke today, like if you published a video with like the exact same premise where you're like threatening a fictional character like that, you'd probably get your entire channel deleted for like terrorism. So it's like, are these like 20 plus year old AVGN videos also going to be deleted because they're so offensive, like when they were originally aired? Is that where we're going? That's how like, by the way, I want to remind everybody that the current CEO of YouTube is a guy called Neil Mahan, who's an Indian. He's an Indian from India, but he was born in Indiana. I guess they got confused. They tried to book a flight to Majapahit or whatever the fuck, and then they ended up in Indiana, and they were too poor to ever go back, and we just don't deport people, so he ended up being born in Indiana for some reason. He needs to go back is what I'm trying to say. Neil Mahan is not welcome in my country. I don't give a fuck if he was born here. Next, as talking about the enshittification of the entire world, there was famously a Minecraft full feature film starring Jack Black that was in the works for a while. It's released. Apparently, it is absolutely atrocious. I actually watched for the first time Doug Walker. I have never watched that guy with the glasses in my entire fucking life, but someone linked him. And I'm like, okay, I want to not ever watch the Minecraft movie. Let's see what Doug Walker has to say. And he gave it a 1 out of 10. He said that it was not funny. It was very boring. Jack Black did not do any kind of acting whatsoever. There was basically nothing going on. And he said that his favorite parts of the film were all with the bad guys, because the bad guys are like anti-creativity. And but he said that the bad guys were the most creative people, and their like whole thing was like more interesting than the Minecraft world. So he didn't find that particularly interesting. And then someone linked to a thread on TV where apparently a post-production pre-release of the movie had been leaked. And I looked at this, and I don't think this is the final movie. I think that this was like a version of the movie that was like early leaked, but it's not actually the full film. And it's really remarkable because you can look at this and you can see the green screen still. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. Yeah, and you can see how bad the graphics are in the background. This is like plugins and stuff. So you can find this movie in the pre-release stage, and it just looks absolutely atrocious. There's like a video of this that look at this. Look at these effects. But I think this is like in the actual movie, so you get to see these scenes with the CGI fleshed out a little bit better. And it's pretty fucking tragic. So, and Jack Black couldn't even like lose weight for this. He just looks really fat. It looks like Notch, actually. It looks like he, instead of playing Steve, he should be playing Notch. And then also the TV thread found this. This is the VFX crew. That what you just saw, these clips, courtesy of Amhijit Deepak Nawara, Abhishek Nitin Ladola, Aditya Agawa, Ajay Bishit, Akalesh G, Akshay Lil Adaha Pujare. Thank you, Mr. Pujare. Elaine Tay, Amarapatanch Ghosh, Ambalika Nandi, and Ambarish Ramanwar. And I think you get the fucking point. It goes on and on and on. So, big shout out to all of our listeners in India, none of you, for your contributions to American cinematography. We really appreciate it. Okay. And that's your slop update. Now we got to put on our serious pants chat. I have a very serious topic to discuss. A topic that I take very seriously every time. That, of course, is the English. You know how I am about the English and how important they are, near and dear to my soul. By the way, every time I talk about the English now, I get Angloids like, he's so traumatized by Vordrak that he'll never let it go. I literally cannot name a single good thing about England. And like, yeah, okay, Vordrak went after my entire extended family and called people I've never even met before a pedophile, and went after their jobs and got my mom fired from her company by trying to defame the CEO of the fucking real estate company. Like a national level, massive chain just found his personal number and threatened him over the phone. Like, yeah, that's a good reason to hate that entire fucking country. But there's more than just him. Like, right, here's the chief example I'll get to later in the stream, by the way. So here's OFCOM. Now I want to let you know I have never received a letter like this except from not even Germany. Like, this is so pretentious. Another reason I hate the English. And what I responded by just saying that I'm American, fuck off. However, I was solicited by a American attorney who has means in the United Kingdom to represent me in this specific issue, or more specifically represent the KiwiFarms. So he wrote this long letter. It's on the KiwiFarms if you would like to read it. I posted it on the KiwiFarms Twitter if you don't use the site. And it's a very, very nice letter. People really liked it. It's a lot of like smug condescension, which effectively is the only thing that the British ever deserve to hear for any reason. But it's more legally grounded, and in particular, he asserts that the English should never contact me again, and that if they want to serve me, not service me. I was corrected. Someone left a comment that to serve somebody is to give them paperwork related to a lawsuit, and to service somebody is to get oral sex. So I'm not being serviced by the English, God forbid. I am being potentially served by the English. He instructs the English to not contact me except by something called MLATs. And MLATs is a Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. Effectively, if the UK wants to try and enforce any kind of judgment against me in the United States, they have to communicate that decision to the Department of Justice, and then the Department of Justice will do whatever it's going to do. And in this government, the likelihood of the Department of Justice actually doing anything against an American citizen for speech-related offenses is none whatsoever. So that's why he's saying that. This guy, by the way, has contacts with the House Judiciary Committee, and he's actually received replies in regards to this because there is concern because our tech industry is very important. Like, it's not just the KiwiFarms. I'm now lumped in, very thankfully, in the same boat as Google, Microsoft, X, who is, of course, very important to the president at the moment, and other big tech companies. Nobody in the United States wants to deal with this fucking bullshit law. So the U.S. government is engineered towards telling the British to fuck off. You know, this is not the first time. I might have mentioned this on my last stream, but I'll say it again. That in, I want to say 2009, there was a crisis where what would happen is the UK is so bad in terms of its speech that other people from other countries will go to the UK and sue for defamation in the United Kingdom and then try to bring in another foreign party. So this is a foreign party suing another foreign party in the United Kingdom for defamation or some other bullshit offense. And then they get a judgment because, of course, that person doesn't pay money to show up in English court because why the fuck would they? Then they take that judgment and they try to enforce it. And a lot of countries actually would enforce these judgments, including the United States. And after this happened a few times, it's called defamation tourism or something. It's like something tourism, legal tourism. So you had all these people, like you have Russians suing Americans in the United Kingdom and enforcing foreign anti-speech verdicts in the United States. So after this happened to a big enough client, the government passed a law called the Speech Act. And the Speech Act effectively means that no foreign judgment related to speech that would not pass the muster of American courts cannot be enforced in the U.S. So if you, like for instance, another topic I'll be talking about was a defamation lawsuit, and that defamation lawsuit was so offensive that it might actually be applicable in the United States, but random bullshit like the Speech Act is not. So this is a criminal issue, so they might pass a criminal equivalent of the Speech Act in the United States now. And the thing that was worth noting about the Speech Act was that it passed unanimously. So Democrats and Republicans in 2009, in the lame duck Obama administration, still passed this law because when the English start trying to present themselves as some kind of a thing that we have to listen to, even the Democrats and the Republicans can be like, yeah, fuck these guys. So we may see this again. We may see Speech Act V2, Online Safety Act Boogaloo, and that would be really awesome. However, may not even reach that point because apparently, allegedly, the Trump administration has made the Online Safety Act a part of their tariff negotiations. So Donald Trump has raised tariffs on the entire world. A lot of people got angry about this, but the tariffs that he raised are actually just mirrors of every other tariff. So all the increased tariffs that foreign countries are suffering are literally just one-to-one mirrors of their own tariffs against the United States. And that's upsetting people for some reason. Oh, because the green line stopped going up. And the boomers are very upset. But nobody cares about the boomers, chat. We're going to let the boomers die this time around. We're not going to bail out the boomers. We're not going to give them free medicine and free housing for the rest of their fucking lives, the wretched fucking lives that never ever ends. And we don't give a shit about the IRAs. That's where we're at with the boomers. So lines going down. Nobody gives a shit. It's based on imbalances, not existing tariffs. Okay, whatever. I heard that it was some kind of reflection like that. So that's where we're at. So the UK is hit by tariffs, and the UK is a very large trading partner of the United States. And the UK is also in the shitter. Everybody that you ever talk to from the United Kingdom will tell you how fucking bad their country is, how poor their economy is. I've mentioned several times, but I'll mention it again. The UK is set to become poorer than Poland. Poland, the country that was occupied twice, that was petitioned twice in the last 150 years, that was a Soviet country until the 1990s, and a communist totalitarian dictatorship. In the last, 35 years, they've caught up so much, and the UK has languished so badly that Poland is set to take over the UK in terms of economic power. So the UK is a little bit upset about the tariffs and the negotiations with the Department of State. Apparently, the Online Safety Act has become a point of contention in regards to any kind of trade agreement regarding tariffs. The U.S. is trying to make it explicit that the Online Safety Act will not apply to American companies. The rest of the world can go fuck itself and deal with the bullshit from the OFCOM if they want. But the U.S. is being pretty explicit about this. We do not want to deal with your fucking garbage. Though I would like to see this in law because, like, I don't want this to be, like, overturned later. And then I have to deal with the British. That would suck. But this is upset the English. Don't weaken online safety laws for U.S. or UK trade deal. Campaigners urge. Child safety campaigners have warned the government. I can't even get a sentence into this because I'm just thinking, like, this is like the most retard fucking law ever made ever. And then you read the UK response to this, and you got, like, charities who are like, no, we need totalitarian dictatorship, please spy on everybody. Like, they just beg for it, hands and knees, open mouth, begging for it. And it's like, what is wrong with you? That's why I said I truly believe in eugenics because like between the two world wars and between the United States existing, it really feels like everybody who was worth a shit either fucking died or left. Like all the brave people left the United States or left the UK to move to the United States and settle a foreign land, and all like the super patriotic people with like metal, they died in a ditch. Their bones are crushed under the soil of Belgium, and they didn't have any kids. And now, like all the people with like bone spurs and arthritis and like mental health issues, and the homosexuals that weren't allowed to serve in the military, they've just completely inherited all of the United Kingdom. And then when they see a bill that like is like totally retarded, they're just like, yes, Queen, slay. Please, more Muslims. The BBC, by the way, for whatever fucking Mohammedan sex pest ritual they were doing in the last month, the BBC actually played one of their Mohammedan sex pest rituals on national television. It would be like, you know, in the U.S., we show like the White House Christmas ceremonies or whatever, where they light the big ass tree on the lawn of the Capitol building. Like we do like we show like the Easter hunt where the president like has on the White House lawn a bunch of Easter eggs, and there's a bunch of kids from DC that run around. Like, we show that shit. The BBC is now showing Mohammedan sex pest rituals on national television. That's how bad it is. I truly hate them. I don't even feel bad for them. It's like, please die. We need more brown people asserting their authority over the English. Okay. I got a bunch of troon stuff today, chat. I'm feeling troony. I want to talk about some weirdos with their dingle dongas completely amputated. Oh, one more thing about the British, by the way. That also ties into... Oh, I forgot the news hamster. News hamster. Flicker in and out of existence. Wow. Wow. Okay. The news hamster did appear. Okay. So, Carolyn Farrow... who is a friend of the KiwiFarms, as indicated by her shirt, that she printed out. I did not earn a commission from that shirt. She screen printed it herself. She posts on the KiwiFarms under one account. The account is verified, has her name on it as her only account. And she posts about this fella named Adrian Harrop. Harrop is a weirdo sex pest tranny. He was convicted of trying to bugger young boys, if I remember correctly, in the 1990s. There's a newspaper article about his adventures and his exploits towards the young men of the United Kingdom. And when you say this, he gets very, very angry, and he sues you pro se. And the issue is that he actually is he's like another Vordrak. He's like a master's degree in law. He might even be a real solicitor. I'm not sure. So when he sues you, he has the capability to survive initial smell tests and get to the expensive part of a litigation. And in the United Kingdom, you basically never get pro bono representation because there is effectively unlimited downside to representing somebody in the United Kingdom for free, because you can't leave the case and you can't really recoup your costs, so you're just stuck. So the chances of getting pro bono representation are very, very limited, which is why someone named Sonia Poulton, I'm aware, is dealing with Vordrak in another defamation lawsuit. And Vordrak has been suing her for years over some bullshit. And he has a master's degree in law, but he's not a solicitor. He'll never be a solicitor because he's an insufferable faggot, and everybody who's ever met him hates him. So he'll never, because in the UK you have to intern as a solicitor, you have to apprentice as a solicitor before you can become one, and the spots for solicitors is very, very competitive, so only like the best of the best get an apprenticeship to become a solicitor in the UK, and Sammy is not the best of the best. So instead he spends his time suing random women for offending him and hurting his feelings, as he did. He once sued somebody for hurt feelings. That's a tort in the UK that can carry a multiple $1,000 civil penalty. So he's suing for hurt feelings, I think, and she's representing herself pro se because she doesn't have any money, and Vordrak is still losing this case from my understanding. Anyways, so Carolyn Farrow and I think somebody named Legal Gengar, I don't really know who that is, but I think he has a forum account too, is being sued by the sex pest tranny for defamation in London, I think. I've been asked to assist with this by Legal Gengar because there's a post. Effectively, somebody posted Adrian Harrop's credit score, and it's really low. And Adrian Harrop is like alleging that this is like hacked or something. Someone like they are hacking him. It's fucking nonsense. Yeah, Matt. Like if you live in England, I pity you. It must suck. You can just, if you marry, you just have to marry an American. You have to get the fuck out of there. Come to the U.S., but only if you're white. Gengar the Pokemon, yes, that's their like they did like commentary, I think, and their handle was Legal Gengar because they like Gengar, and they talk about legal stuff. Okay, next. If any Americans want to marry crispy legs, they don't specify gender either way, so I guess it doesn't matter. If you're an X for X, hit up crispy legs. We're staying until the bitter end, never surrender, bro. You and your kids are gonna get stabbed, and the government won't even prosecute the offenders because their official sentencing guidelines is to punish white men more severely. Like, you have no weapons. You have no muster. You have no organizations that actually represent you. You have no political parties that are allowed to exist. You can't wear uniforms in public. It's like the only thing that could save you is an American D-Day on the shores of Cornwall and a very slow and aggressive push north until all the fucking mosques are burned down and all the fucking Jeets are deported and all the fucking Arabs are sent packing. Like, that's it. That's the only thing. We need a supervised satellite state of the United Kingdom, or nothing will ever get better for you. You have zero capacity to enact change in your country. No, I'm being real. I'm not seething. It's so weird how this is like, I don't care. Like, the British are just like the most insufferable people ever. It's like, I'm just explaining to you why your situation is hopeless and you're going to be fucking murdered by Arabs. And you're like, oh, you're seething. Why? Because I said the truth? I'm seething? Like, how do you even talk? Like, it's like, in code, when you have like an API is just like a way to communicate between two programs. And it's like your API and my API are different. When I try to talk to you about shit, you can't even understand it. You don't even have the capacity to interpret my words. You just hit me with that fluoride stare. You just hit me with that 5 calls to prayer a day stare. And you just stare at me like, at least I don't get shot doing me maths. Sad, isn't it? I'm like, okay, bro. That's not that is an unexpected response. You did not reply to my request correctly. I see that we have a failure to communicate, and I'm terminating my connection to it. Okay. Let's talk about another tranny. This is Vivian. Ugh. I guess named after Vivian James. This is Elon Musk's oldest son, who trooned out due to a lack of paternal oversight. And this is a 2-hour-long conversation with Vivian and Hasan Abi, the Turk Roach. So Vivian has been doing a humiliation ritual on their father by talking to Teen Vogue and then to Hasan. Basically to say that Elon sucks. In particular, he says that Elon never worked in his presence. When he was a child, before he and his mother split, he never saw him work. And the only thing that he would do that was work-related was call people on the phone and then scream at them to the point where he would become scared. Elon would be screaming on the phone so angrily that Vivian would shake in their boots as a mere child. That's one of their allegations. Now, if you look at the background of Vivian's room, you may think that Zare lives in a very shitty apartment. If it looks a little bit weird, it's because Vivian's in Japan, chat. He denies being a weeaboo. In fact, he says that he tries to desperately avoid the topic of anime while in Japan because he does not want to be seen as a weeaboo. And he says that in Japan, there is a what do you call it? It's like a widespread misconception, but it's not actually false. It's like there's a stereotype that anybody white in Japan is just a gross weeaboo. This is what he literally says. And he says he tries very hard not to ever talk about anime to anybody because he does not want to be maligned as one of these gross Westerners that only come to Japan because they love anime. He's there studying. He says that he likes the Japanese language and he really likes Japan as a place to live. So he's studying the language and he has to return to the United States in 2 weeks after this was posted. And he's really afraid of going back because he likes Japan's public transportation and he thinks that the United States is a depressing place to live. That's what he said. I think there's more. I have notes for this actually because I took notes. Believe it or not, chat. The big one is that he denies, because there's always been this talk. In fact, Elon even purports this himself, that his oldest son trooning out is the reason why he's suddenly pivoted right, and he is very anti-trans now. Vivian denies this. He says that he has no belief or suspicion that his transition had anything to do with Elon going right, even though that's what Elon says himself. He says that his father is merely capitalizing on the fact that he has a estranged son/tranny daughter and uses that to try and appeal to the far right more, as opposed to it being a genuine place of concern. He says that his mother was very supportive of him transitioning, which does not surprise me because you need one enabling parent for this shit to happen, generally speaking. So that's basically it. That's the high points of this interview. And at the same time, by the way, Elon Musk is having baby mama drama on Zitter, on his own platform that he paid multiple billions of dollars to own. Elon responds to Ashley St. Clair, who said that something about paternity test for her child. He says, "I don't know if the child is mine or not, but I'm not against finding out. No court order is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I gave Ashley $2.5 million, and I sent her $500,000 a year." So That is obviously fucking bullshit. If you don't know for sure if a child is yours or not, and the amount of money that you're going to owe them is in the millions, you for sure are going to go get a fucking paternity test immediately. There's no way in hell that you're going to just pay that money. So he 100% is sure that that child is his. There's no fucking way that he's going to pretend that he's paying that much without knowing for sure. But then she replies and says, Elon, we asked you to confirm paternity through a test before our child, who you named, was ever born. You refused, and you weren't sending me money. You were sending support for your child that you thought was necessary. Now, look, bro, as a woman respecter, I understand that child support is for the child. As the son of a single mother, I understand what child support is for, right? However, I will go out. This is a brief anti-whammon tangent, if you can tolerate this, chat. I think $500,000 a year is probably excessive for the cost of a child. A little bit much. If I had to wager, I would wager that little X the second is not sleeping in a golden crib, sucking on a golden pacifier, and eating only milk from like wet nurses fed a diet of like the purest foods on the planet Earth. I have a feeling, an inclination that some of that money is being used to enrich oneself as well. Forgive me, chat, if that's an extreme position to take, but I will go there. You were sending support for your child that you thought was necessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for disobedience, but you're really only punishing your son. It's ironic that your last effort in court was to try and gag me while you use your social media channel you literally own to distribute derogatory messages about me and my child to the entire world. It's about control with you, and everyone can see it. America needs you to grow up, you petulant man-child. Pretty good post. Agree with most of that. If only. I just have this thought. This niggling little thought in the back of my mind, chat. That Elon Musk could avoid many of these issues that he's currently facing with various baby mamas and a strange woman with tranny sons. I feel like this could have been avoided if there was some kind of thing. I don't have a name for it, where it's like you just take like one dude and one chick, right? And then you do like a thing where you only have like kids with yourselves, right? And then it's like a little bubble, right? It's like a little loop, a closed loop. And you have like the one woman and then the one dude and then offspring. And you raise them cooperatively but exclusively. And you know what I mean? I feel like that would be a lot better than like sowing the wild oats with every fucking lady that you can possibly convince, you can possibly financially compel to accept the wild oats. You know what I mean? In fact, I have I think I'm taking inspiration here from a very well-known, very influential philosophical speaker, chat. Truth be told, these are not my original thoughts. I'm actually referencing somebody. I'm standing on the shoulders of a giant as I say this, chat. Let's hear what he has to say.
Also keep in mind that while you're playing with these things, you should keep in mind of what your true original gender is. Because it's like you're learning about that girl you want to take on a date, young man. Or likewise, you feel more comfortable to approach that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. You know, girl for boy, boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey.
As said by Dr. Kinsey. Even this philosophical king will take a moment to acknowledge the giants that he stands on, chat. Isn't that wonderful? As he says, young lady, young man, staying straight together. And everything else, chat, is vice, in the words of Dr. Kinsey. Really influential here. In fact, the situation is so fucking bad because he did not listen to Christian that Ashley St. Clair is now saying the fucked up botched penis isn't real, it can't hurt you. The fucked up botched penis is real. She alleges that Elon Musk attempted to use his money to get a penis enlargement surgery. And the result was a Frankenpenis, much like a pooner. Which ordinarily taking the slings and arrows of a scorned woman would leave much room for doubt and suspicion, as it were, chat. However, the issue with providing Ellen this benefit of a doubt stems from the fact that he's recently tweeted out about how the human mind is like a bootloader for enhanced artificial intelligence or whatever the fuck. So he's like endorsed transhumanism. And what would be a greater step for transhumanism than a penis enlargement surgery? Much like how in medicine, pharmaceuticals, the penis or the Viagra is like where most of that money goes. Like Viagra and weight loss is like where the most of pharmaceutical innovation goes. Transhumanist cyborg penises sounds like the first step of where transhumanist innovation would go. And then from there you can fuck around with your brain or whatever the fuck. So what a mess. Apparently even Mari Povich, the guy that does paternity tests on like his fucking weirdo Jerry Springer like drama show, like what's it called, trash TV show, he weighed in and he said he would be happy to have Ashley St. Clair and Ellen Misk on his show to do a paternity test. And then we could even get oh my god, this is a super old internet meme. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this is the good slop right here.
Wait a second. This has been a very serious drama, okay? And
so this could be Elon Musk over here where the black man is sitting, and Ashley St. Clair could be over here where the white trash is sitting, and we could get a little bit of this.
That right.
Oh, she already shucking and jiving. She knows that mulatto baby is definitely that man's child.
Okay, when it comes to 2-year-old AJ Collins, you are not.
Dance, chat. Dancing, chat. Hell yeah. This could be Elon. This could be Elon. We've seen, I love how they're all half black kids, by the way. How much black dick are you sucking where you don't even know who the fucking father is? This could be Elon Musk. We've seen his dance moves. We know he's a good dancer. This could be him on the Mari Povich show. Nylani. Bitch, if you name a kid Nylani, nobody can claim that baby. Good stuff. I feel alive again. I feel a little bit sluggish this morning, but now that I got to see some trash TV, I got blood pumping in my veins again. He is African. It's true. It's true. What more could you ask for? That is all you need. That's the chemical X for a Mari Povich episode. We just need an African American gentleman. Okay. Next. So I know that we love hearing about weirdo penises and trannies. I got just the stuff for you, chat. I got just the stuff for you.
I trusted an endocrinologist that was a little bitch I should not have trusted. Okay. Is it okay if I get a little bit TMI? Just for a moment.
Is it, chat?
Part of your hormones and stuff is your energy levels and your libido, your drive for sex, the human inclination to procreate, your mating instinct, your whatever you want to call your how hard your cock gets, pretty much, right? How often? So I was talking to my doctor when he asked about that. I started to realize that, oh shit, mine's been low for a hot minute and I just didn't realize. And he said, oh, what you should do is come off of some of your testosterone blocker. I went, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Higher testosterone, higher libido, higher energy levels. What a great move. Also, doctor says, you probably don't actually need to be on progesterone. You could probably come off that. You probably don't need it at this point in your thing. Also, your levels are fine, but you don't need to be on this amount of estrogen. You could bring it down a bit. Maybe try a little less patches, right? Also, chat is immediately reacting to this. I didn't know. What I'm about, oh man. So,
dude, someone in chat said tricked by an endocrinologist, but wants to sell hormones to children. That's so funny, and you're right. This guy, in case you don't remember, he's also English. Speaking of the English and my endless admiration for them, and he's starting up a nonprofit to try and help young trans youth get access to hormone replacement therapy as inexpensively as possible. So he's so bad with his own hormone replacement therapy. And he's basically just winging it and like fucking with his dosages and shit. But he thinks that he has the necessary experience and expertise to start up a foundation for the sole explicit purpose of getting hormones to kids. Isn't that funny?
He said, up testosterone, lower estrogen, off of progesterone. And I went, okay, that sounds good. Let's do it. Holy mother of fuck, that was a bad idea. That ruined a month for me. Holy shit. Did not raise my libido at all. Dude, I was watching NSFW content one day. I only thought about this like days later that it was strange. I didn't even think about it at the time. I was watching some NSFW content, not on the phone stand, just in my head. Shut up. Anyway, I was... and I got bored and did something else. I started fucking with my camera. Imagine you're joking your penis. And, you know, you just go, I'd rather work. I'd rather fuck around with this thing. I'm gonna take this apart and put it back together again.
So if you don't know, this guy does OnlyFans, and he also does OnlyFans with like a poly relationship. So he's complaining at the beginning that his dick doesn't get hard anymore. He's got a floppy dongus. He can achieve half chub tops. So he went to an endocrinologist to talk about his libido, and then he went off of his hormones, his testosterone blocker, and his hormone therapy, like his estrogen implants, and it didn't raise his libido at all, and probably would cause him to have like a fucking nightmare existence because his hormones are in flux like that. So then he goes back onto it, and like in his day-to-day life, he's just such a passive gooner. He just opens up the porn and just starts like touching himself like at random, to the point where he does it when he's not horny, which is kind of strange. Like, okay, a guy gets horny and then he masturbates, but for this guy, he like starts masturbating before he's horny. Like it's such a part of his. It's like when I have time to kill and I'll watch like a YouTube video about like guys playing Hearts of Iron 4. By the way, one day I'm gonna sneak into a Bakongan stream. I'm gonna sneak in, and he's gonna have to take down that stream when he realizes that I'm in it. I've snuck into one of his streams. But it's like I like doing that. But for this guy, like instead of watching like YouTube slop about like whatever the fuck, he just like watches porn, and then he realizes like, wait a second, I can't even get hard anymore. So that's funny. That's funny to me that he's sterilized. But now you know why they go insane. Like he has no erection, but he must goon. So he's like in the state of suffering where he's lived this goon existence where he is like in a permanent state of gooning. And now he can't goon anymore. I bet you in the next like 3 years he's gonna start filing defamation lawsuits in the United Kingdom. I think that's how it goes. It's the goon to troon to litigation pipeline, and he's already halfway down that slide. There's no stopping it now. The momentum's already behind him. One day he'll be working on software and suing somebody for defamation pro se. I think that's how it goes. Sucks to suck, I guess. Suffer. Speaking of suffering, okay, this is Boblax, and I want to be brief because I guarantee he does the I'm a stupid faggot. Here's some embarrassing information about me. Please don't make fun of me. Crying Wojak thing, where it's just like he constantly reveals information about himself that's completely unnecessary for people to know, and then cries about when people make fun of him. So I think he does this on purpose at this point. But this is pretty funny. I'll play like a second of this. You ready?
And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack,
Yes, new shit.
you
GameCube.
can enjoy a new membership benefit exclusively
GameCube.
on Switch 2.
GameCube.
Please take a look at this.
Finally, after years. Dude, fucking yes, give me a
Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack will be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo GameCube, originally released in 2001. Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through cell shading. Controlling the wind using a mysterious baton, Link sets sail on an adventure across the Great Sea. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker.
Nintendo games. Are you
Transcending
kidding me?
history and the world. A tale of souls and swords eternally retold.
Dude, the Mario Party's online.
The
GameCube Mario Parties.
Different weapon.
Bro.
And Link from the Legend of Zelda series enters
With
the
the
fray.
face cam.
Soul Calibur 2.
Amazing. So imagine being that's how you know your receptors are fried. You know, you can play Legends of Zelda Wind Waker literally anytime you want. You can just boot up Dolphin Emulator and just play that shit. I've done it before. It's a good game. It's probably one of the best games ever fucking made. Like, I think of all the console, especially console games. I think like the games, the two games I remember the most fondly from my childhood are Legend of Zelda Wind Waker and San Andreas. Like, I really enjoy those games. And then that's not including RuneScape, which I found after. And then I never played console games ever again because I was on a computer. But those are the two best games ever. No, Wind Waker is cel shaded like a Western cartoon, bro. Come on. Cool. San Andreas is great. I think San Andreas is more fun than GTA 5. I'm gonna be real with you. And then there's another update in regards to poor Boblax. I think. Who is this?
Oh yeah, I see him tweeting out. I see the.
Oh, this is like a. I don't know who this guy is,
I
but
feel retarded for messaging him.
his tip goal is $0 out of 100.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. So everyone knows the saying. Yeah. Everyone knows there are core documents. Yeah. The banks foreclosing on Boblax's house. They're taking court services online. It's a certificate of pending litigation. It's little Josh.
Okay. I don't know who this guy is. I guess it's Lumpy Willie. And he tweeted this at Nick the Oreo. The gist of this was, I thought he would show something, but he did not. The gist of this was that Boblax is in foreclosure. He's losing his house. And I think that the party foreclosing on him is his own parents. So I think what's happened is that he is now so destitute because he does nothing but goon, and he lost his entire YouTube career. But he had his parents fork him out a house and like sign their name on it. And now that he's not paying them, they're foreclosing on it so that their green line continues to go up. As a boomer does. He trusted these fucking boomers, and now they're going to stab him in the fucking neck and take all his shit. That's what he gets for trusting the boomers, to be quite honest with you. I'm happy that his attention-seeking habits have resulted in material consequences for him. That is funny to me. Speaking of material consequences for bad people, I'm just like, I feel like I'm just stepping on absolutely everybody I hate right now. I just got like a bunch of troons lined up, and I'm going stump, stump, stump. Oh, that guy sucks. Stump, stump, stump. Yeah, fuck you too, buddy. And now I got Keffals. Bam, bam, bam. Time to eat shit. So Keffals has returned to streaming to my delight, because now I get to watch him suffer. He announced his stream, and then he did 2 streams. And then posted this. He says, "No stream today. I need to decompress. I'm going to be a lot more honest with you all going forward about where I'm at, what is happening, and where this community is heading. I just started a new antidepressant 2 days ago, and I'm going to need some time to adjust. I'm currently dusting off OBS, reorganizing the moderator chats in case we ever have to deal with hate raids or harassment again, and making sure both myself and this community stays a safe and positive place to be. I plan to stream at least 5 days a week. 5 days of Keffals content a week. I can't fucking wait. Number 1 Keffals fan here. Eager for the Keffals content, spelled with a K. A lot of chatting, gaming, and reacts when it's stuff that's genuinely fun and not just live coverage of the world burning. We all know how much the world is fucked. We could all do with a break from that. While I was gone, I was working on my mentals. I've been seeing a psychiatrist. I just started therapy with a psychologist. And see, that's like when you don't know the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist, so you just like multi-track drift that shit. Like, yeah, I'll take one of each, I guess. Sure, it's the British taxpayer paying for it, right? Right? Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, great. I'll take one of each. Suffer, England. Pay your taxes so that this Canadian tranny living in Northern Ireland can get a psychiatrist and a psychologist. Suffer. Let's see. In my absence, I went through a diagnostic test for post-traumatic stress disorder. The test was about 90 out of a diagnostic cutoff of 30. I scored an 88. Oh, out of 90 with a cutoff of 30, I scored an 88. So much of my trauma comes from what happened to me in 2022, in 2023. There he was, minding his own business, enjoying fish content on YouTube, when suddenly Stephen Burnell came in with a knife and attempted to murder him. Thankfully, in an act of valiant self-defense, he managed to deplatform Destiny before he could strike that fatal blow into his neck. However, he had an accomplice. The KiwiFarms rolled up, to which Queen Keffals valiantly poured out a Sturmgewehr and just opened fire in self-defense through a crowd of people. Absolutely necessary to protect his own life. That is the realistic timeline. Unfortunately, the weapon was so loud, and the screams of all those evil people trying to kill him for no reason were just so traumatizing that he now has a 1,000-yard stare, chat. I still have nightmares about it. He just has nightmares about how Stephen Burnell broke into his house. It's time to stream, chat. That scared the fuck out of me. It's my alarm. I told you that's my alarm. You guys don't believe me? Let's see. Okay, so he has nightmares about Steve Burnell, right? And a lot of things that are relatively benign give me flashbacks and send me into panic, feeling like cops are going to arrest me at gunpoint again. Dude, I like to imagine that this guy... What's the name of that big chain that's in Ireland? I've been there. I should remember this. It's not Lidl or Aldi. Grocery. Is it Greg's in Ireland? Super Value. That sounds right. So he goes to the Super Value. Oh, Tesco. That's what I was thinking of. He goes to Tesco and he's shopping around, right, for the fruits and veggies. And he sees a kiwi. The kiwis stand, fresh kiwis from New Zealand. And he's like, ah! Ah! LaGuardia. Sorry, LaGuardia is the regular Ireland, not shitty Ireland. Whatever the equivalent, the constables could be coming. The constables could be here, he thought. Constables could be anywhere. Just the sight of the fruit sends him into fucking hives. He could die at any moment. It's tragic, really. Because of that, I am not on social media. I delegated running my socials to someone in the community who will not be named to protect their identity and safety. I told them to forward messages of support to me and respond positively to those who still care about me and want the best for me. I want to say I am not a victim. That is, perhaps, the only true thing that this dude has ever said in his entire life. I'm trying to think, is there anything he has ever said ever at any point that even comes close to the truth? And honestly, I don't think so. He's been wrong about every single fucking issue that he's ever taken a stance on, except that. Many of the problems that happened before I quit were self-inflicted. That is true. When I get triggered, I go into fight or flight. He sees the kiwi and just starts smashing it. Die! Not this time. He's like, he grabs a broom and he's holding it like his Sturmgewehr. He's like, he's like clutching it like it's his gun, like it's his last stand against the kiwi fruits. When I get triggered, I go into fight or flight this, and I don't know what the next part is. blah blah blah. Yeah, this guy clipped this, got to this paragraph, cut it off, and was like, I cannot fucking be bothered to scroll down a little bit and archive the second half of this post because who gives a shit? It's not like this is ever going to be right on a stream or something. Keffals says, so I opened Twitter, saw a tweet with 1 like being mean to me, had a flashback, heart rate spikes to like 150. Love it, sis. If I could have ordained a future for Queen Keffals, I think getting triggered over a tweet that nobody even fucking saw is perhaps exactly what I would have selected for you. And the British taxpayer. My official diagnoses are major depressive disorder, melancholic subtype, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I am working on both. I will be forthcoming about these issues, which I have always hid out of fear it would be used to attack me. For instance, one of the symptoms of melancholic depression is psychomotor retardation. The return of psychomotor retardation, our favorite Keffalsism. In case you're wondering, in case you were not around for Drop KiwiFarms, during Drop KiwiFarms, Keffals would say, like if you ever watch a stream of him, it's literally like this. Hey guys, I just wanted to watch some funny fish videos. Blah blah blah. Sorry you made me take away your primary source of income. Destiny. Like, just like the slowest fucking speech ever. With like infinite, like, dead air. That's like his stream for like 8 fucking hours. He talks like that. And then when people started making fun of him for talking like he's on drugs constantly, he says, actually, I have psychomotor retardation. So now it's like, okay, by your admission, we get to call you a retard. You're retarded, you act fucking retarded, and you speak fucking retarded. Glad that we had that on record, and now you are officially diagnosed retard. Which I was ridiculed for, and which Mutahar mocked me on Twitter for. Yeah, because it's funny. Which is why I will never watch his video or pretend he's a good actor trying to expose the truth. I talked about a serious problem I deal with. Depression runs in my family. My grandmother killed herself. My great-grandfather killed himself. My cousins have attempted suicide. If you mock me for talking about this, fuck you. Is that really the appropriate action to take? Like, there are many depressed people in the world who don't get made fun of. The issue is that you go online and you cause problems and then you talk about it and you plead for sympathy. This is the Keffals cycle. He did this continuously after Drop KiwiFarms. He would act real fucking smug, real fucking tough, go online, fuck with people, start problems, act like it's the end of you. And in fact, if you go to his fucking YouTube channel, and you search Keffals for some godforsaken fucking reason, I think you only have to scroll just a little bit to see the Drop KiwiFarms stuff. Let's see. 2 years ago. Let's see if it's there. Oh god, do you remember the Meaty Flappers segment? There was a point in time where Keffals was on YouTube, and anytime I saw a video like this with the Meaty Flappers and the 3 boobs, I would report it for sexual content. And some of those thumbnails actually got him in trouble, and he complained about it on Twitter at some point. God, it was Drop. Oh, there we go. So there we go. Completely deleted. Smug as fuck. Completely deleted. I think there's a post. Rip Bozo laughing emoji, happy face. Website launch. Drop KiwiFarms. I think there is one where it's literally just my post, and the thumbnail is sad null noises. Okay, there's the famous things have escalated post. Did he delete the one where it's just like a KiwiFarms post and he's like sad null noises? I don't see that one. So he's deleted some of these, I guess, out of embarrassment. Let's watch this one, just remind myself. Oh, there's Ricada. I think this is it. This is the one. KiwiFarms is dead. We won. Irish Twitter. It's like this. Just go to a random point. I hear them smugly praying about this. This is my post. Yeah. Josh
This
Moon
post.
watches his empire crumble. That's the name. Keffals wrote this. Keffals wrote this as a manual chapter title.
Shall we take a look?
Oh, I need to read this. I've saved all of this for the stream. In my life, there's a family emergency. It has absolutely nothing to do with the forum drama. I cannot and will not elaborate further. There will be a week or more where I am completely unavailable, and it is likely the site will go down during this time where I will not be able to bring it up. I want to appraise our situation frankly. Cloudflare was both our...
This was a very difficult time for me, by the way. Drop KiwiFarms did not just happen at like a really inopportune time. It happened at like the worst possible time, and everything that I was doing for the site, I was also silently dealing with other issues. And I like that you can never talk about because you have the entire world at your throat at that point, right? So it was not just like dealing with an insane level of unprecedented deplatforming that literally nobody has ever dealt with before for a U.S. legal website. It came at like the worst possible time ever for that, and I'm like Keffals expects it constantly flip between smugly preening like this to please I have suicidalism from my family. Like, you can't do that. You can't, like, strongman me and then also be like, please, you have to take pity on me.
Application level DDoS mitigation and our domain registrar. They have given me a way to transfer my domain to another registrar. I do not know what registrar to send it to because I do not have faith in any company.
Now, the next bit is the really, really funny bit. This is the funniest bit of today.
This is the funniest bit, chat.
The whole fact that KiwiFarms is gone and dead, completely off the clear net. Just the timing on this is incredible.
Oh, do you want to take it?
DDoS guard will drop us. Oh, sorry. Dropped us while I was writing this post. Dropped us while I was writing this post. This meme about Russia being a free country is a joke. The US is a free country, but with no stewards to protect it. Without the US, there was no second best. I did not expect Cloudflare to crumble so quickly, and I don't have a plan C for DDoS mitigation.
So even if they get the site back up, they have no way to protect against DDoS attacks.
Yeah. It's not going back up on the clear net, the normal internet that we know and love.
Oh, by the way, if everyone noticed, there's a null wiggler that someone who was mocking me made and put in my thread. I have added it to the stream. Feel free to use it as much as you want. It's ours now.
Do you see if I don't have to look at this stupid fucking WikiHi dog ever again, it's going to be too soon.
Oh my god.
This is, by the way, this is from a WikiHi.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This person. Oh my god. Please tell me this person has a Twitter account. Hold up 1 second. I have to do something. This is extremely important. Give me a moment, chat. Sorry, this is dead air, but there's personal satisfaction to be gained in some things in life, and then you cannot just let you can't let those things pass when the opportunity presents itself, chat. Suffer, Bull Dyke. Oh, he blocked me. He already had me blocked. You'll never see it. Wait, hold up. There's got to be some way to do this. Okay, he's like 3 sites. Hold up. Oh my god, his website's spewing out fucking PHP. His website's just spewing out fucking HTTP errors. It's like in Japanese or some shit. What the fuck is this? Is this like a... What the fuck? Snail van at snail.gay. How do I... Is there no contact for this? I want to send this person an email. How does this person not have a fucking email address on their own site? So he like streams in this like snail van throughout the UK? Is that like his whole shtick? This person knows that I'm going to send them this fucking dog as soon as I can find a way to do so. Oh my god, there's so much shit. This guy's like obsessed with this fucking cat. Okay. Why does he not have an email address? Okay, he has a Dictor, a TikTok, and a Discord. Or does he have like a business email address? Hold up, let's see this. There's like usually a business inquiry. Oh, I have to sign it. Okay, give me a second, chat. Look, this is the most urgent thing that I could possibly be doing right now. I've not watched these videos of these smug trannies in years. I was just reminded, because I want to remind people that he presents himself as the most sympathetic person ever. Like, oh no, I have psychomotor. I'm retarded. I'm literally fucking retarded. I'm just fucking retarded, and I'm like sad. And you know, if you're bullying me, I'm gonna commit suicide and blame me for it. And it's like I want to remind people that at some point in time, when the trannies had the upper hand, they were very, very not gracious about it.
Hello everyone and happy trucking.
Okay, this stream started playing. It literally scared the fuck out of me because I just heard a sudden cat meow sound. That was traumatic. I now score 88 out of 90 on the PTSD score. Dude, YouTube is giving me the most difficult CAPTCHA ever to see this email address, but I am determined. I am going to send a picture of the dog to the Shroon. Oh my fucking god. Dude, what the fuck? I have never seen CAPTCHAs so difficult. Can anyone... Look, go to Ellen from now on and tell me what the email address is in chat. Because I've done this CAPTCHA like 4 fucking times, and it's just not letting me do it. I guess there's like so many Pajeets on this VPN that... Oh, I did it. I finally did it. Okay. When I submit it, I don't get the email address. Can anyone give me this fucking email address? Like, it's just not letting me do it. I'm not doing your job. Fuck you. Chat. I've reached today's access limit. It's not showing me. Oh, is that it? Okay, thank you. Who is this hero? Thank you, Miu135. You are my personal champion at this point in time. Okay. So from Josh. .co.uk, of course, you know. And then I'm going to attach a picture of my dog. Let's see, storage, pictures. There we go. Inline, of course. I don't want it to be attached. And then I'm going to send this with no subject. And I think that should do it. Chat. Okay, great. What a fun adventure that was. What a blast from the past. Thank you, Queen Keffals. Let's see. Muda says she has an excuse for... she. Thank you, Pudahar. Just... just why are you coping about this still? Why are you in your Discord surrounded by maybe 20 people tops talking about how you got made fun of because you called yourself a retard in the middle of like international internet drama, and like you're like, it's been 3 fucking years. Why haven't you gotten over this? Why are you how have you been traumatized by Pudahar calling you a retard? I don't understand. Sorry, I just got mad. It happened to me too once. This isn't a joke. This is my life. These things are not mutually exclusive these days. This is what I have to deal with. You cowards don't even smoke crack. What's up with that? As someone who has smoked crack, I agree, but I only smoked crack once because I lost my crack rock. Hank, my Roomba ate it. This isn't even a joke. Bossman Jack is even in the art of smoking crackarooski crack rocks. You're not even good at that. Even at smoking crack, Keffals sucks. I have heard of Bossman Jack losing weed nuggies in his carpet, but he has never lost a crack rock in his carpet, chat. So even when it comes to smoking crack, he is subpar and insufficient. Awesome. We watched that. Oh, there's the screenshot of that. Sad null noises. Yeah, very sad. It was a hard time. Okay, there's a little bit more Queen Keffals, I think. Let's see. I have to do this at 2x speed, otherwise. You might get to hear the psychomotor retardation.
Okay. Hindsight is 2020. I said this in the Discord, and I'll say it here, and I'm not on socials, right?
Put this on and a half.
To quit me. Because I'm not going to be making a lot of statements, right? My socials are mostly go live announcements. I cannot talk about what happened.
Is this Animal Crossing?
In 2022, without risking having flashbacks. Like I can't talk about that.
I think when Keffals has a PTSD, I think one of the symptoms of his PTSD, besides his retardation, is compulsive overeating. I'm not sure, Chat. What do you think about that? I'm not a doctor.
And I don't like. I'm trying to be very careful, even like addressing this.
Why? What are you afraid
because,
of?
Like I don't want to have to like end the stream. It's very raw.
Dude, the tranny that made this fucking Animal Crossing fishing game does not know what the fuck you in Unity. You can drop in shaders that create outlines, and you can create outlines around characters so that when a brown fur character walks on a bridge, it does not consume their entire soul and entity completely. Like you can literally just download these shaders and drop them into the game engine, and it will automatically make your game look better. You can just do that for free.
I still have nightmares about everything. It's very hard. It's why I have to see a psychologist every week. Like I'm very
India simulation.
Yeah, Chat's not a therapist. I have a therapist. Like it's just like
This is 1.5, by the way.
I want to start a new chapter, and I want to move forward.
But I thought...
So I don't want to...
I thought that you were happy offline. I remember reading these posts a long time ago about how happy Keffals is, and now that he's like completely offline. And suddenly he's back to streaming, and it just wants everyone to forget that he attempted to infringe my constitutional right to freedom of speech and tried to create an unprecedented deplatforming campaign that almost broke the entire fucking internet. Like, I thought you were happy offline. I think that's easier than hoping people will forget all the evil shit you've done.
I don't want to be stuck continuously addressing one of the most traumatic periods in my life.
I want to say this also. Keffals' father died when he was quite young, relatively. He just went off on a tangent about how his great-grandfather died, how his grandmother committed suicide, how his cousins have attempted or committed suicide. And yet, when he ranks the trauma that he's suffered, dealing with the consequences of his own actions is at the top of that. Like, really, out of all the shit you've dealt with that you purport has caused you PTSD and that people should take note of before they talk about you, like, that is what ranks the list?
When I was in rehab, I wrote 90 pages of a rough draft of a book, and I plan to eventually find...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I promise you, chat. I promise you, I will buy that fucking book hardcover. I will put that on my shelf. I will read it. You subscribe to the locals right now. Don't miss. That's madtheinternet.locals.com, or if you're on Rumble, just click the join button. Subscribe today. Do not miss my review of the Keffals memoirs of Keffals' equivalent of Mein Kampf. We're reading that shit together, chat. It's gonna be a blast.
And put out a book about everything that happened. Because I think one thing is that there was so much that happened that people called me a liar, saying I constantly contradicted myself, but it's so much happened in such a short time, and it was very traumatic and very hard to deal with.
But why?
I'm struggling to even like get the words out.
But why? I dealt with it. I dealt with far worse. Where's... It's like being me and listening to this is like such a insurmountable, like, mental mountain to climb. Like, where the fuck do you even have the audacity to act like this? When you did nothing that was not in your own control. You suffered nothing that wasn't in your own control. I just don't understand. I was arrested under a false police report before. Someone literally used my name to send in a shooting threat to my high school that resulted in me being put in the back of a fucking police car, and I was interrogated over the origin of the emails. And then I had to provide an alibi. I had like they search for guns and shit. And it's like, I don't even consider this in the top 10 things list of things that I like are traumatizing to me. I just dealt with it. I know it was a false police report. I just dealt with it. I got my attorney. I told my attorney I didn't do anything wrong. They asked for some information. I gave them the information. I said, sorry, all the IPs from this email are on Tor. There's nothing I can give you. And they were like, well, that sucks. And then guess what? It happened again. Almost the exact same fucking way. And nothing happened. The news didn't report on it. The school did not cancel that day. I did not get apprehended again. They did another door knock, and I gave them the same information. I said, sorry, it's Tor again. But because they ignored it, and I ignored it, I never talked about this within like 5 years of it happening, it stopped. That's how you deal with it. It's not hard. It's just incredible. It's just like, it's like completely mind-boggling to me that he has so much room for self-pity. And he's going to act like this is like the worst thing that anybody's ever had to fucking deal with. And it's like, you did worse to people. You did fucking worse. Compared to what it was like in during Drop KiwiFarms, where I was literally just plugging in new service providers like as fast as they were burning out. And I was doing this until early morning hours, trying to figure out how to optimize services to handle more DDoS attack bandwidth and stuff, and to spit out requests, having to write up KiwiFlare on my own, like having to study how that works, learn completely new types of languages in order to accommodate my own DDoS mitigation stuff. Like that was hundreds of hours of my life that I spent doing that I'll never get back, that I could have spent doing anything else. I could have spent improving my podcast, improving my site. Who knows how big the KiwiFarms would have been if I didn't have a year of downtime. Thankfully, my users are sticky enough that even when we were on fucking tour, there was still 800 people on the site. 800 people at any given time were willing to download a special browser and connect to a website URL they can't even spell out to continue posting on the KiwiFarms. And if I didn't have a community that was that sticky, I would have been completely fucked. My fate at that point in time was completely out of my hands. And to make things worse is that you know that if the site had gone down and the community had been scattered to the winds, I would have no legal means to protect myself. If I got sued by Keffals, I could always crowdfund off of that and defend myself because I've done nothing wrong. But if I lost the site and I lost the community attached to it, I would be completely defenseless against vexatious litigation. So it was literally like do or die for me for months and months. And it really hasn't even stopped because Liz Fong Jones was emboldened by this, and Liz Fong Jones is still going. And it's the same situation. If I lost the site now, Liz Fong Jones would sue me, and I wouldn't have the ability or the reach to do anything to protect myself. And it's just like, but you dealt with some fucking Pajit calling you a retard because you called yourself a retard, and that's the most traumatic thing you've ever dealt with, and you can't even summon the words in your head, which is a very, very funny thing to get stuck on when you're trying to say that. You can't even collect your thoughts and say what happened because you're so traumatized by it. It's just unbelievable. It's genuine. Like I can't even believe it. I've never seen this before. For 10 years, for someone so horrible to other people, turn around 180 and then try to curl up in a fucking ball like this and say that everyone has been so mean to you. I've never seen that, ever. I've never seen a heel turn like this ever before.
But basically what I'm just trying to say is that, like, I would like to move on from the past. I want to focus on having a good time with the community. I want to build bridges, not burn them. I don't want to fight people. I want to heal from everything that happened. I want to come out better on the other side of all of it. No, like an autobiography of the events that happened. Like, there was a bunch of crazy shit that happened that I couldn't talk about. Like, I hired Chelsea Manning cybersecurity firm, and she was literally on my couch the day the Queen died. Like, that sounds made up. I had to get her permission to even say, hey, I can mention you in this book, right? Because this sounds made up as fuck.
That's insane. It's a little insane. You know what cybersecurity firm I hired? None. I just got hacked. You know why? Because I don't have any fucking money. I don't have any money. So when I got hacked, you know what I did? I dealt with it myself, as I dealt with everything else. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird to handle things by yourself, chat? Okay, one more thing. You know. You know.
You know, it's whatever. Oh yeah, also, with the Discord changes, I changed it to discord.gg/Keffals, and I just changed it to Wigglercord. Catboy Ranch was funny, but it's a harassment vector because there are so many videos they call it like a pedophile server. So I feel like with a new
because it was like a grooming Discord where you tried to get young people to identify as trans, and then you would send them drugs and shit. You would teach them how to buy Bitcoin without their parents' permission, and then you would help them buy HRT without their parents' knowledge. That's generally considered morally reprehensible by ordinary society. You know, in your bubble, that's like normal and cool, and pink pilling is cool and sexy and shit. But normal people, I think if you ask somebody, hey, what would you do if someone on Discord convinced your 13-year-old son to buy cryptocurrency without your permission so that he could purchase online from Brazil in a tranny's bathtub, HRT contaminated by human or cat hair, so they could inject that into the carotid artery to impact their puberty and become effeminate? What do you think should happen to that person that did that to your son? I think you would get what's called a draconian or Byzantine response to this, which is that you should be drawn and quartered or hanged. I think that's most people's reaction to that. So I guess he hasn't internalized that either, that fucking with people's kids is a bad thing. He's learned nothing. Effectively, he's learned nothing. Look, oh my god, there's Tipster in the chat. Hello, friend. You are making us all yawn. Wiggler. Oh my god, there's Tipster. Just the tip, chat.
To this community, we should make that change. You know? It makes the mod's life like 10 times harder just having that name. The joke ran its course. It's just over. It's done. It's over.
Fascinating. Glad to see we're on the right path. Okay. Okay, last thing before we move on to the proper schmeat of the segment. We have an announcement. I did this very methodically, very calculated. I decided that on April 1st, I would launch a board on the KiwiFarms for VTubers. And so I did. And everyone immediately assumed, haha, no, very funny, great joke. Everybody knows that this board is going to be deleted as soon as April 2nd hits. But chat, you see, the joke was actually scheduled to have a punchline on midnight, April 2nd, chat. Because the joke was, it's not a joke, the board is staying. The VTuber thread is one of the largest and busiest on the entire forum. I regret to inform you that if you were to sort the KiwiFarms by views, the VTuber thread at 26 million views is competing directly against the first DSP thread, the Amber Lynn thread, the Chantal thread, and the US Politics General thread and Articles and Happenings, which is effectively just a giant chat room that people are constantly posting in. So I was in a very strange mood. I don't even know why. I just wanted to see what would happen. Because the KiwiFarms, since Drop KiwiFarms, has been pretty stagnant. It's kind of a pejorative word to use, but I would say it's appropriate. Our growth is not really as high as I would like it to be. I would like to get more users. But more importantly than that, I just haven't changed anything. We're using the same theme. The boards are kind of organized in the exact same way. The same lolcows are, I think, the only major... I mean, like, we've had more content and stuff, but things have just been very samey. And every so often, I have a psychotic mental break, and I just decide I want to change shit for no reason. And then people get very angry at me because they're autistic and they don't like change. But this time, see, this is my cunning strategy. Instead of doing something, changing something that the autistics would see about, I change something that the autistics actually want. So now they have no reason to be angry. So I just launched it. I didn't even launch it like, what's the word, haphazardly. I really thought this through, and I thought, what can I do for this to protect both the integrity of the site, to accommodate this discussion area, and also make the forum different than existing VTuber spaces. So the rules I came up with, you can actually see at the top right here, but it's don't touch the third rail, which is my very, very polite way of saying if you bring up lolly shot of shit on the fucking board, I'm going to nuke your account, so don't even fucking do it. Stay safe for work, which is a big departure from like VT. Like if you ever look at VT, God forbid, it is effectively just softcore pornography. So it's not, if you are like not a Gooner and you want to talk about like your streams, you can't use VT for that. No thirst, that's a big thing as well. They all thirst and simp on the fucking VT. No tribalism, that's another VT thing, but I think we had problems on the forum too, where certain people would be like, no, you can't like Niji Sanji because Phase Connect is the best. And it's like, okay, you gotta stop. That's gay. That's gay. We are all adults. It is 2025. The shit where we say, no, dude, PlayStation does what Nintendo don't. Like that shit is for children. There's enough anime girl slop for the entire fucking world. If you took the number of VTubers and you took the population of Earth and you divided them together, you would have approximately one VTuber per 100 people. That is our ratio. So there's no point like getting upset that someone else likes something else that you do. This is insane. And then stay on topic. Importantly, don't ignore bait, because people are going to do what is called drive-by posting. It was like when someone who doesn't participate in one board comes to the other and says, wow, these anime women sure do look like children. Are you guys pedophiles? Like, yeah, bro, you're late to that discussion. You're very late to that. So don't get fucking debated into a 3-hour or 3-page long back and forth with some guy who's just trying to rally you up. That also, I think, is a departure from VT, where it's just like retards screaming at each other constantly. So that's my experiment. I've been mean to the animes. Now let's see what happens if I'm slightly nicer to them. Hopefully they will not disappoint me. And that's actually the big reason why I even bothered, because I have repeatedly stormed in to the thread and I demanded answers. And there was one, I don't remember what it was. It was something that I found on the Fediverse way back when. And it was a video of a VTuber. And she was literally just watching... God, what was it? Oh, she was just looking at like stock photos of Japanese children and being like, wow, these kids are sexy. I'm like, what the fuck? I have a thread that's like 4,000 pages long on my site dedicated to this. So I posted the clip. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What are you people doing in here? And I think the consequence of this is that the users of that thread actually looked her up in the phone book. And then she retired from streaming abruptly afterwards. I'm not sure if those two events are related, but that's my memory of this, which is actually a fond memory. I actually appreciate that. And then there was a second thing that I was really upset about, where I was just like, this is creepy. I forgot. They didn't forget. The VTuber people have cataloged my sins against them in a book of grudges, but so does everybody. Everybody. This is if you anybody listening to this, if you ever find yourself in a position of, I'm trying to use the right words, I don't want to say notoriety or influence or leadership, because I feel like saying that I'm a notorious influential leader is like a bit of a JO. You know what I mean? It's a bit of a tooting my own horn. It's like, not really. But I don't know. If you ever find yourself in a public position, that's a good word for it. If you're in a position where people are looking at what you're saying, keep in mind that when you interact with tens of thousands of people and you do stuff, your your experience with those people is very, very small. Like, you don't remember everything that you say. You don't remember everything that you do. But to those people, when they interact with somebody who has a large audience of whatever means, they do remember that. They remember that forever. There are people that I interacted with on 8chan, like over 10 years ago, who to this fucking day despise me. And I just said, like, I called them autistic because they were upset about like how the Infinity Next looked slightly different, or like lacked like a horizontal rule in between posts. And I just said, like, bro, it looks fucking retarded to have those lines there. And they remember that. That's written deep into their soul that I called them a retard because I said I don't want to put a fucking line on that page. Just keep that in mind. If you ever find yourself exposed to a number of people, and keep in mind that what you say to them, they will always, always, always remember, because that is a very one-sided interaction, and it means a lot more to them than it does to you. So that's I think there's another thing. Oh, okay. So Pipkin is like the resident artist, I think. And he drew this. And I just want to say, obviously, with such great fan art, I feel so rewarded for opening my doors to this community. I have a very flattering picture of me that kind of looks like a mashup between that picture of me and like Godwinson for whatever reason. I think it's the eyes. I'm not sure. So then a anime jumps through my window and bites me, and then I become a tranny with a hamster between my tits. That is the first fan art that I've received as my position of head warden for this asylum. I like the art style though. I like this kind of like scritchy pin art. Very funny. By the way, I also, in response, I kept thinking about this clip because as I was like preparing for this board, and it took me literally hours and hours and hours, and I had to enlist the help of like half a dozen people to find this clip. But this is the best. This is the peak of Godwinson. Godwinson never peaked any higher than this clip.
I don't know what that anime thing is, but to me that looks very suspicious.
There's not a single day in my life where I don't think of this clip, because eventually I always see some weird fucking anime shit on the site or on the internet. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what that is, but to me that's very suspicious. The eyes of the visionary. That's exactly right. Okay. Out of the woods and into the weeds, chat. Here we have the beef. I've derailed this quite long enough. Let's continue onwards. First of all, Andrew Tate, who I despise, has been hit with more accusations of abuse. However, what makes this one interesting is that this time the BPD coal burner that is accusing him of abuse is American, specifically Floridian. So it seems like he flew to Florida, stayed here for a week, abused somebody, and then left. He's really, I gotta give it to him. The man's on that Sigma grind set. Wherever I go, I must rape. He is a living embodiment of that grind set, chat. But she's from LA, actually. I'm sorry. We met because he needed models for his crypto coin, and he needed, dude. Okay, just to be absolutely explicit, this bitch is retarded. If it sounds at any point like I do not think that this bitch is retarded, I apologize. That is not my intention. I understand that she is retarded. However, keep in mind, and a lot of people don't know this, the mentally disabled and the physically disabled are the most likely to be sexually exploited. And you think like, well, that doesn't, like, who wants to have sex with like a retard? Rapist, because they can't testify. And that is, I'm not even being facetious. This is not a joke. In psychiatric hospitals where they have to watch after, give full-time care to the extremely mentally disabled, the orderlies, the male orderlies, rape. And they rape a lot. And that is, I guess, one of the perks of the fucking job, because it happens all the fucking time. JF, exactly. JF, I mean, that guy is literally going to get away with murder because the person that he murdered was so low intelligence that he could convince her to do anything to ease in the execution of his crime. Like, let's say that you're going to shoot somebody in the fucking head, chat. You want to do this in a way where there's no evidence and there's no witnesses. So if you can convince somebody to come out with you to the middle of fucking nowhere into the woods, and you're just like, come with me, my beautiful wife. I would like to take you to see a wonderful, magnificent boulder that I had found in my pilgrimage through these wooded areas. And she's just like, duh. So he leads her to the middle of nowhere in the woods and just fucking executes her. And he's like, oh, wait a second, my wife, I must dig a hole. You see, underneath this rock, there is a leprechaun pot of gold. And after we dig this pot, actually, my beautiful wife, please, I brought a second shovel. Take the shovel and assist me. 6 feet down, under this, there is a pot of gold, and we will never need to want again. And she's like, duh! And then she digs a fucking hole, and he just shoots her and buries it. Puts a skunk about a foot deep so the dogs can't find it. And then he gets away with murder. That is why the mentally handicapped are the most likely to be, and physically disabled, are the most likely to be sexually and physically abused because they literally cannot assist in their own defense. So, let's see what she has to say. So she wanted to model for his crypto, and she needed help from him to save her cryptocurrency called Sister. Which at this point, I don't like her. Already. People who make a mockery of the beauty of cryptocurrency, I despise. We spent as much time together as we could, but when we weren't physically together, we were in communication all day, every day. He is my best friend, or was my best friend. I stood by his side unwaveringly. Wow. Isn't that funny how that worked out? How this guy accused of sexual and physical abuse by multiple people over years. You were like, I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. Here, can I model for your cryptocurrency? Oh my God. And then like a couple weeks later, bap, 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 bap. Oh my God, I trusted him. I took his side against the allegations that all those women levied to him. And now I'm also abused. Wow. Funny how that works, huh? Didn't work out. Many such cases, especially with, I don't know what it is, but when I look at this in particular, I think many such cases, many such cases, and yet they don't learn. The low intelligence do not learn, chat. Best friend plans to live with him in Romania. Oh my God. I heard that you have this like big castle with like a rape dungeon in Romania. I have always wanted to see China. And he's like, bitch, that shit's in fucking Europe. And he's like, oh my God, I love Africa. I don't know. My joke has dissolved in my hands. I almost nailed it. He wanted to have children and would always be together forever. He told the other women the same shit. Every single person in that rape dungeon was told the exact same fucking line, and he's still fucking doing it in the US. Incredible. He loved me every day. He told him I was in love with him. Despite the fact he has hurt me so badly, I still love him. Maybe it's Stockholm syndrome. She does know where Europe is, chat. Beverly Hills Hotel. His last words to me were, shut the fuck up, bitch. You never backtalked me. You are my property. Due to these events that had transpired in the early hours of that day, as well as the final degrading words, something clicked. I realized that someone who truly loved me wouldn't say those things to me or hurt me repeatedly. I realized the gravity of the situation, that it wasn't a joke or a lowercase I internet facade. Can spell facade correctly with the French, or I think French. See, I don't know what you call that letter, but cannot spell internet correctly, which is a proper noun, chat. This was the reality of my boyfriend in my life, and I needed to take back control. You are my property echoed in my mind. I knew that was not the future I wanted for myself or my future children. I gathered my things. I was terrified. I blocked his number. I went to a doctor. I went to the police. Last week has been very difficult and scary for me. I'm an emotional wreck, looking over my shoulder. Andrew texted me recently and let me know, if you ever betray me, you will regret it. He has told me on many occasions that before, if I cross him, he would ruin my life, rape me, and kill me. Very traumatic and difficult. I don't want to stay silent. I have to make my voice heard. I will not go publicly over the details of my relationship with Andrew Tate. I was going to say, well, you know, you're kind of losing your leverage to get money from him if you're going to go public, but I guess she's tantalizing. Look, I know more. I will speak more unless I'm recompensed. I want to beat the fuck out of you. You will give me a child this year, bitch. He says, why do you want to beat me? It's 12:30 a.m. I'm in the room. I sleep soon. What's the point in having you? If I don't beat you and impregnate you, you should be thankful. You need to be hit. You deserve it. I really love hitting you. It's very good for me and you. It's relaxing, don't you think? And then she says, Pookie, no, I cry. I cannot fucking believe that there are people like this alive and walking around. I guess they are in LA. I guess that makes more sense. If you ever betray me, you'll regret it. No, I am serious. Okay. Rack him up, stacking those body counts higher. And now he can't come back to the U.S., hopefully, ever. Women are dogs. Yeah. Oh my god, this is another thing where I get to like go down memory lane and talk about somebody I fucking hate. So let's do that. The United States Department of Justice has announced that the United States unsealed charges for the theft of Texas Republican Party data against a Canadian national named Aubrey Cottle, 37. Does anyone recognize the name Aubrey Cottle? It may be familiar to some old internet users. In fact, I got a lot of people sending me messages about this because we have a little bit of a familiarity. His name is Kurtaner, and he was the admin of 420chan. These were his last messages as the FBI were... sorry, not the FBI. I think the Canadians are extraditing him. But as the Canadian Mounties were banging down his door, he posted on his alt account, I'm being arrested for hacking right now. Help. And that was his final message to the internet. What's really funny, though, about this is that some years ago, this was in the end of 2020, Kurtaner was actively threatening me. And I don't even remember what for, but he was very angry at us, and he tweeted this out. By the way, I do intend on the destruction of KiwiFarms and Josh Moon seeing a prison cell. And then someone replies to this, OG Kurt is what happens when anger festers in dangerous ways and methods. New era Kurt is that, but with an active brain telling him what he can and cannot do. Well, much like Queen Keffals being traumatized by Kiwis and trying to move on, Aubrey Cottle has indeed met a prison cell before Josh Moon for hacking, in his words. What's really funny about how this guy says that he has an active brain telling him what he can and cannot do. Longtime viewers of the Man at the Internet show will know that at some point in time, I featured a video of him. I think it was even around this time that he was threatening me. I got spooked by this, by the way, because I know who he is. He ran the Twitter account Real OG Anonymous, which had like 1 million followers. He claimed to be the founder of Anonymous. He ran 420chan. He actually sold 420chan to Frederick Brennan at some point, if I remember correctly. So it's like, I knew this guy. He had a reputation. And it's like, I took him seriously. I consulted some people. I even reached out to people that I wasn't really friendly with. And I'm just like, hey, you know this guy. What is like his actual seriousness in this threat? And they said, don't worry about it. And one guy linked me to his Twitch channel. Because at the time, he relied on 420chan as his sole source of income. And to promote his streams, which he couldn't monetize directly, so to promote his streams, which do make money, he would embed his streams on the site, which annoyed the fuck out of a lot of people on 420chan. But what did he stream? He streamed himself in agony. And because he is an opioid addict, and he has like gout or something in his foot, so he's like in pain constantly. And I want to listen to him scream a little bit. You ready? I played this on stream before. I'll play it again. It's really good content, chat. Let me let it preload a bit. There we go. I've been working on getting the site working better, so things actually load a little bit faster these days.
I understand. Ah! Yeah, blown up. Hey, one fight is compared to the other. Hey. It's like a fucking balloon.
Go away!
Yeah. Normal foot. Not a normal foot.
Ah!
No. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Ah!
So that is Cortaner, and in retrospect, it's very funny that he spooked me. But at the time, it was kind of alarming. There's actually another montage of this. I never understood why he was screaming during the video, because I just thought, like, is he just like writhing in pain constantly? However, I found this video as well, which I've never seen before, and it's like a 33-minute long by sprayed. That's funny. So I guess he put this together. He put it on YouTube as well. I didn't see it on the forum, but it's a 30-minute long compilation of him, including that one clip that I showed you of him just like screaming in pain. And now that I've seen this, I understand a little bit better about why he does that. You ready?
Because I would be using my legs heavily, and my leg is the most fucked up.
I could upload it somewhere and
So.
send you a link.
Ah. Plus, I have to get up and move and stretch. Anyway.
No, I'm night shift.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh yeah. In case you feel any pity for him, he was the one who hacked GiveSendGo and leaked the information of everybody who donated to the Canadian truckers during the trucker protest that almost made Canada a freer place, and had all of them rounded up into fucking Canadian gulags and had their bank accounts frozen and their jobs ruined and their CDLs taken back. He's the guy responsible for that. So let's enjoy this for a second.
I was actually listening to the show. Yeah, I'm one of the so-called pro. I haven't uploaded the audio feed yet, but yeah. This is constant with him. It just doesn't stop. It's a never. Yeah. Constantly provoking these problems over the phone and over the air and on the website. We constantly going over there to curtail the problems before they happen.
Why is there in front of me?
We haven't really had
God, get fucking step!
We usually know about it. We go there. We address it.
Fuck!
Yeah. So far, I've heard that no permits been issued. Usually, the FBI usually keep it. An idea that he's gonna have some sort of notifies right away.
Do you guys think he's going to do well in jail? I don't really know too much about federal prisons. They're handicap accessible, right? Federal prison. Good stuff. I don't know how much of that is even real. Part of me thinks that he's like a shameless opioid addict, so he's just like screaming for like, oh my god, I have to give this guy money because he's in pain. He needs help. He needs like quality of life improvements. I'm sure he's in pain. Because the thing is with opioid addicts, I posited this as my theory on stream once, and someone told me that it's correct. When you take painkillers for too long or too much at once, it basically starts to reduce your threshold for pain. Like if you are somebody who has been exposed to a lot of pain, like I knew somebody who said that they were set on fire at some point when they were in the military, and as a result they have like extraordinary pain tolerance to the point where it's like detrimental because they don't react to pain correctly. And I feel like opioids are like the opposite of that. Like you start taking opioids and then you don't feel any pain, and then you become so unaccustomed to discomfort that even mild pain is like excruciating and annoying and debilitating. And that's why opioid addicts are like, number one, it's so hard to get them off of opioids, but then they're always so fucking whiny. Have you ever met when they whine all the fucking time about their pains and aches and how hard it is for them to go shit because, you know, it's just like my existence is suffering and it's so hard for me. And they're just like really open about this, about how hard their life is and how they're in pain. They got medical issues. And I'm just like, yeah, that sucks. I feel like Kirk Tanner's like this, where he's like, he's an opioid addict and now his pain tolerance is so low that like whatever's wrong with him, it's like, sure it's painful, but it's not like it's not like this. Hold up. Hell yeah. This is OG. This is what we watched when I was a kid, chat. I don't know about your fucking Minecraft videos. This was what we watched on Newgrounds when I was a little kid. 18 years ago. That isn't even the original upload, I don't think. I think that the original was on Newgrounds and this was just posted on YouTube 18 years ago. Back in my day, boys, we used to watch black men screaming as they fell down a hill. Y'all youngins don't got shit on us. We knew how to have a good time. We knew what kind of content to watch on YouTube. Now all y'all's got is your Minecraft slop and your VTubers. Your fucking tubers. You got fake tubers. You got real tubers. You got flesh tubers. You got Hasan Piker talking about fucking communism and shit. Back in my day, we did it right. We did it right and we were normal. Okay. This is the filet mignon cut of the beef segment, chat. This is the... probably the most interesting drama that's happened in a very long time, because even I knew about this before it happened, and even I fell for it. So I'm going to try to give you a brief overview of this. This guy's called Karl Jobst. I think it's Jobst. I don't know if you pronounce it Jobst or Jobst. I'm going to say Jobst because that looks correct to me. He looks Scandinavian, and the J is a Y in Germanic languages. So I'm going to say Karl Jobst. He fell for it again and went, yeah, exactly. This guy, he does expose videos on cheaters. And I don't know exactly when this started, but he's involved in speedrunning. And he started calling out other speedrunners. So you can see, oh my god, this is the original. I think he modified this even. I don't have the... Oh, I hope somebody found the video that I was asking for. I'll get to this. But he started doing his own speedruns. He was a speedrunner. And then he got into discussing speedrunning strategies and how... Because this is like a popular genre on YouTube. And I've even watched this. Like, I've watched videos explaining about how people like managed to do really complex maneuvers in Mario to like shave off a couple seconds of their runs. And it's kind of interesting just when they start talking about like the technical aspects of breaking the game and doing like memory overflow glitches and shit. Like that's interesting to me. So I've watched some of these, and this guy became a one of these streamers that were talking about strategies. And as you can see, that he was richly rewarded for this. Hundreds of thousands of views across these videos, millions, 19 even. I misread the number, 19 million views on the worst fake speedrun on YouTube. And then he found this conflux. People were already interested in like speedrunning as like a medium, like taking hundreds of hours of people wasting their lives trying to shave 2 seconds off of Super Mario Bros. And condensing that into a 10-minute long video. One of the best, by the way, one of the best videos I've ever seen on this retarded bullshit is a guy who like completely buck broke himself mentally trying to figure out how to get the blue dog in Ocarina of Time to win. Because it's basically impossible for that blue dog to win, but they buck broke the fucking game hard enough that he can win. That video is very funny. I like that, or interesting. I like that video. So he found this weird conflicts of like super weird niche, like speedrunner shit. And then he found that internet drama is also very profitable. And if you combine these two things, you get 20 million fucking views on this video. This video alone has made him tens of thousands of dollars. Like easy, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. A 17-minute, yeah, this is like ad slop premium right there. So he went into this, and then eventually he made a video, a 15-minute long video on Billy Mitchell. Everyone knows who Billy Mitchell is at this point in time. If you don't know, if you're listening in the future, and these things no longer exist, YouTube is gone, Neil Mahan's dead. What happened is Billy Mitchell, years ago, like over 10 years ago, I want to say. And I saw this when it was brand new because we watched it on a KiwiFarms movie night. Back when the KiwiFarms was still called the Quickie Farms, I'm pretty sure. We did a movie night. And I still participated in movie nights at this time. And they played the King of Kong documentary. And this documentary follows this guy who has a Donkey Kong arcade cabinet in his home. And he bled and sweat, blood and tears, for a long time trying to get the high score. And he actually pulled off a high score in public, in an arcade, in front of both a live viewing audience, the documentary crew, and the referees from like Guinness. So like they saw this in person. He got the top Donkey Kong score ever recorded in person over 8 hours in one sitting, surrounded by people and also the referees. It was a very impressive feat. Like true human dedication to a thing that nobody should ever fucking care about. Billy Mitchell sends in a VHS tape to Guinness, or to Twin Galaxies even. Sorry, I think it was Guinness and Twin Galaxies or something, but they watched in person. Then Billy Mitchell sends to Twin Galaxies a VHS tape that does not comport basically to the rules of how a score is supposed to be submitted to the system, because it doesn't show certain things that are required to prove that it's not fake. They accept Billy Mitchell's... Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, correct me in chat. Let's not remember. He sent in the tape, and then they accepted that score, and it was just like heartbreaking because this Billy Mitchell guy had been in the documentary, and he's just like smug. The best way to describe him is like as a heel. He is somebody who almost seems to want to be despised. He relishes that. He dresses comically. He has like this super weird look with like these feathered bangs and like this mullet, and it's just like he looks evil and he talks really smug and condescending, and it's just like what is wrong with this guy? So they accepted that score, and then there has been perpetual, because this was a documentary, and it wasn't just a documentary, it was a real story about this guy who pulled off this fucking stunt, and they got immediately usurped in this very suspicious way, and it was heartbreaking because it was a good documentary and it was a good story, and you liked the guy that the documentary followed, and you didn't like Billy Mitchell. He was like the villain of the story, kind of like in the show about the God, Joe Exotic and the Tigers and shit. You had that lady, and that lady was kind of like the heel for a long time. Like she's like the enemy in the documentary, and they made like the enemy be Billy Mitchell. And I think Karl Jobst watched this documentary, and he was inspired by the emotionality of the guy losing. That he then decided, I'm going to join in this crusade to prove that this guy's a fake. So he published his video. He got 2 million views, and this started like his obsession. And it really was like an obsession where he really desperately wanted to epically own Billy Mitchell and take away that King of Kong title that he felt was not deserved. And Billy Mitchell, outside of the documentary, is also really difficult to like because he is a serial litigant. He has sued like half a dozen people and companies to try and hold on to his Donkey Kong title. And in particular, the big lawsuit that had been going on for a very long time was against Twin Galaxies because they took him off the leaderboard because an expose came out that indicated to them that the score received in King of Kong, that was the top score of all time, was run on an emulator. And it was proven in this very, very complex way I won't even get into, but they believed it and they took him off the score. And he sued over that because he said that not being the King of Kong was like harmful to his career. Keemstar likes him. Dude, Keemstar likes him. That's all you need to know. So, very, very hard to like person. He's a fucking serial litigant. The worst kind of person, basically. The worst kind of person besides a liar, which allegedly he was also. So Karl Jobst gets in on this, and as you can see, his video about this guy gets 2 million views, and it's right in his thing of like conflicts of speedrunning and high score tables and video game shit and e-drama. And then he starts doing, 3 years ago, more and more videos on Billy Mitchell to the point where it becomes like every couple of months he puts out another video. Here's where I fell for this. I have watched all of these videos. I have watched every single Karl Jobst video on Billy Mitchell. And even I was duped. Now, before I do that, let me scroll all the way down. You'll see that his first video was the GoldenEye N64 Dam Agent 52 seconds. This is the time to take one map in GoldenEye 64. There's a dam, and it's a very short map. And it was widely speculated that 53 seconds was the absolute minimum that a human could achieve on dam. And he played this map thousands and thousands and thousands of times over hundreds of fucking hours, so that during one of his runs, he got 52 seconds on this map. To the point where if you watch this video, he is brought to tears over it because he is so happy. 15,300 times. That sounds right. I remember that number. So that's how many times he played. You can take it even. You take 15,300 and times it by 52 and divide by 60. Divide by 60 again. Divide by 24. That is 9 days of continuously playing the same fucking GoldenEye map over and over and over again, so that one of those thousands of plays would have a number 1 second lower than any other screen, any other person playing that map had ever seen before. And it brought him to fucking tears when he was done with it. But this video, when it was published 7 years ago, I think that was exactly right even. The podcast was quite young. When actually it was probably a couple years after this video was published, but we were still on Discord. And there was a guy called Overpaid, and his name is a pun because it's his full name would be Overpaid. I forget the full name of it. Overpaid 5 Cent Army. And that's like the name of the Chinese influencers. He's very pro-China, even though he wasn't Chinese. I think he was Filipino. And this guy was like a troll. He was like a kind of weird subversive personality in the Steed Court, but I really liked him, so I tolerated him and protected him from other people. And one of the things he randomly published was this video of GoldenEye, and I watched this just in the Steed Court, and there's a part of it where it's so sad that I laughed out loud and showed it on stream. Now here's the thing. Here's the issue. I've now led you up to this point. Oh, yeah. Okay. Someone found it. So an anime avatar even. Anime avatars are scoring wins right now. So I'm going to give him a big thumbs up. This absolute legend found my clip. So now I'm going to get to show you this. Be warned. This is going to be a Maddieception, okay? So I think this sounds right. China. Okay, let's see. He posted this video about speedrunning, and it's old, but we're gonna watch it because it's really pathetic. I'm gonna skip this part because he's playing fucking GoldenEye or some shit, and he's on this damn mission, and I was told that it's like a super weird thing where you can get, it was 53 seconds was like the maximum possible, and people thought it was impossible to get lower than 53 seconds on this map, and they've been trying for 15 years, and only with the exact precise random occurrences could you get lower than 53 seconds, and then he beats it, and it's 52 seconds, and what does he say? What? Why is it not playing? Oh my god. I got tripped out by my own VOD not working correct. I got tripped out by my own technical issues like 5 years later, chat. My computer stroking out again. I did all that wonderful build up, and I got cucked out of my video.
I can't even play anymore tonight after that.
I'm so excited. It's ending. The cutscene's playing. What's gonna happen?
I don't know.
What's this score gonna be, chat? Oh! It's 52 seconds.
Oh
he did the impossible. He's Kuman. He's Kuman. He's so happy. He didn't think it was possible. He's like legit spazzing out, right? And I've been told, okay, it's like, as I said, you need like a specific set of events to get 52 seconds on this map. And someone said that he has attempted this 135,000 times over 110 live stream for years, trying to get 52 seconds on this map so that he would hold the high score for James Bond GoldenEye N64 damn 52 seconds. Like that's been his life for fucking years. And then it's like minutes of this shit where he's just going like ooh 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 ee ooh 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 ooh, I did it, ooh ooh. And then at some point, oh, I guess he goes into the back room and tells her, like, I thought she heard him going ee ooh ooh, and then she comes out, but no, he actually goes up and tells her the good news that he was finally to bust a nut. And where is she? Here comes the Asian wife with the smallest boobs I've ever seen, the chest of an 8-year-old boy to watch. Watch what she does. She pets his head like he's a dog, like he's a small autistic child. And he's so happy. He's elated. I can't believe it. I did the 52 seconds on the GoldenEye N64 damn. And she's like, pet, good puppy.
Shit.
And I don't know. I saw this and I thought, someone actually posted on the forum saying that he saw this clip when it happened, and he was really interested in speedrunning. And then after he saw this clip and how this Asian ironing board had to come and comfort him after his biggest coom, he said, "Fuck this! I actually don't care about speedrunning anymore," and just completely lost interest in it as a concept. So I really don't have any sympathy for speedrunners in general, because this is like retarded shit. Someone actually overpaid when he posted this. He brought up a good point, which is that in a real sport, you can, at any time when you've achieved a level of skill, manifest that skill. Like, that's what the Olympics are. You can go to the Olympics after you've been training and you do the same thing over and over. Like, you're getting good, but at the same time, you're also getting consistently good. It becomes a skill that you have, and not just like a thing that you can occasionally do. It took him 135,000 tries to get this one world record, and it required a bunch of things to go right in order to even get that, and things that which ordinarily don't happen. So it's not really a sport, you know what I mean? Like, sure, he's really good at beating this game, I guess, but Can he go to the speedrun Olympics and pull off a 52-second time that nobody else in the world can do? Like, no, they can't, because he requires a certain set of events to happen in order to get that kind of time. So it's not really like a sport. It's just something that it would be like if instead of having the Olympics where everyone comes to... I complain about speedrunning more. You get the point. So that's what I said about him. Now, let's go back to this, and let's go back to this video. Actually, let's see right here. If you maximize this again, you will see that this video appears, it's hard to see. Let's see if I scan. Actually, no, I can't scan. It said 7 minutes wrong. Long, not wrong. Sorry, I'm turning Chinese just by watching this video. So if we look at this, you'll see that it's 5 minutes and 45 seconds long. Why do you think that is, chat? Let's mute this. He leaves in a lot of his ooking, right? But then he leaves his room and comes back in, and there's no Asian wife. He removed, directly as a consequence of my video, the part where his wife comes in, because it was like an actual one shot, and it really upset him. He actually privated this video, his crowning achievement. He privated it while he was trying to figure out how to remove his Asian wife from the video. And you might think, Josh, you really overestimate your influence on people. Time and time again, you look at you saying that you managed to persuade the government to bully the British into removing their law. Now you think you made this guy remove his wife. He probably just realized it was a bad idea at some point. Wrong! You're wrong! And I know you're wrong because I remember that after I did my reaction, he went on his fucking community page, or on Twitter, I think on both even, and he posted a tweet saying, I need your help to mass report men at the internet off of YouTube, because he says, I need your help, you absolute legends. There is a YouTube channel that has uploaded a video saying disgusting things about my wife. I would appreciate it if you could report the video for me. The entire video and channel is filled with racist and transphobic content. Bum, bum, bum. Now we get to the part where before any of this shit happened, I already did not fucking like him. And this is what I was thinking of right here. He posted this video. Let's just take a listen to this for a second. He did a regular slop video about a speedrunner, but there's a little caveat with this one.
Hello, you absolute legends. Anyone who knows me knows I'm a huge fan of Todd Rogers, one of the biggest con artists in video game history. I've even made several videos about him, covering his impossible dragster record and also his childish lawsuits that he's filed against Twin Galaxies and Guinness World Records after he was banned for lying about many of his scores. Naturally, because I'm such a fan of Todd Rogers, I always try to catch any new videos from other creators that want to cover his story. In March of 2022, the YouTuber Storster released a video about Todd called The Biggest Liar in Speedrunning History, and it's a pretty good video. I liked the video because it covered some fake scores and some history that I've never covered myself, and I could tell that Storster really tried to make the video original and add something new. However, there was a section near the end that was a bit too
Get to the point.
It was talking about one of Todd's failed lawsuits, and it was basically a condensed version of one of my videos. Not only are all of the screenshots taken directly from my video—
Wait, is this the wrong video? I don't see it. Fuck. I thought this was the video. I was misled. I might have been misled. Oh, Storster. Okay, I can't find it. Basically, this person right here who did on the left that he's talking about called Storster, that's a tranny. And there were a lot of people who pointed out the fact that he uses feminine pronouns while talking about Storster in this video. If I remember correctly. And I think that, and the reason why I bring this up is because there is a point where he says, I am shocked. Actually, I think it is this video just because the timing is right. So I don't know if he edited this out to remove the word she in every way that it exists, because there's no she anywhere in this. Oh wait, it does.
Which is a shame. but I didn't really care too much because, as I said before, at least she did try to make the video somewhat original and add her own elements.
So that was the issue. And then a bunch of people said she, her, because this is obviously a fucking dude right here. And it's preposterous, completely fucking preposterous to pretend otherwise. And then his reaction to this was, I am shocked and upset by the amount of transphobic comments on my recent video. I genuinely did not expect that. I am ignorant and should have known better. Even though everyone should be open for some criticism, in this case, it wasn't worth it. So he did the whole she, her prostate ordeal, talking about his slop. A bunch of people called him out. I don't know if this is like cleaned up now, but just I was always right. I know these things, right? I know these things. I see people like this, and I'm like, okay, I know that you're a fucking huckster, right? So that was my point. I was right. Then, as his Billy Mitchell stuff was wrapping up, and keep in mind, I watched all of his videos about Billy Mitchell, all of them, because I found it fascinating. Billy Mitchell is really contemptible. He just is not. He's very hard to like him. Look at how he fucking dresses, bro. Look at how he presents himself, and it's hard to like him. And he's a serial litigant. So the entire time, a lot of his video essays are about the Twin Galaxies lawsuit, where I think, if I remember correctly, he is actually suing about the Donkey Kong score they took down. And they settled. And the way they settled was that basically the company that took over Twin Galaxies was willing to put up a secondary high score table that was a historical high score table that said these were the scores when we bought the company, and Billy Mitchell is on it. But the actual living record does not say that, does not have a score on it. So it doesn't really count as a high score table, but he's willing to accept that. I think because he uses that high score table to get talking gigs as the King of Kong. So he really needed that high score table and a reputable website to keep doing his business. And according to him, he's booked 25 times a year to talk about being the Donkey Kong man that was featured in a documentary and so on and so forth. So he shows up at conventions. He actually gets paid to do this King of Kong shit on top of the money that he makes from his family. And if you don't know, he owns a restaurant. His family owns a restaurant chain and hot sauce chain out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So, no, which I don't know. Someone said he should go there, and like, I don't know. I don't want to get sued. So, not really tempted. But he has money to play games like this with lawsuits, which is, I don't know. I don't like it. But as his Twin Galaxy lawsuit settled down, Karl Jobst said this to capstone one of his last videos on Billy Mitchell.
In fact, if Billy had his way, he would never comment on this again, and everyone would simply forget it ever happened. That's what Billy wants. But I'm sorry, I just can't let that happen. On a more positive note, it really seems like Billy's legal crusade is coming to an end. All of his lawsuits have either been dismissed or settled. Note that Billy has never ever actually won. The only lawsuit Billy has remaining is the one against me. Am I really going to be the only person Billy wins against? Oh boy, wouldn't that just be hilarious? Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
So, that was a little bit of foreshadowing, chat. Never speak into existence words of power like that. However, let's take a second. Let's take a look at what's actually going on in this video. Just real quick. I'm going to actually set this to a slow speed so we can enjoy it slowly. In the background, while he's talking, if you're only listening, let me describe what he's using as a backdrop. There's a game about WWE. And in the game, I think you can play as either like known wrestlers, or you can build your own wrestler. And I remember, I think Darkside Phil would do this. Darkside Phil would like make himself in WWE. And I swear to God, there was another lolcow, it might have even been DSP, who would make enemies, like his trolls, into people in this game. And then he would play himself in the game, beating up people. I don't know who it was that did this, but I remember it very distinctly that this was Beardson? Was Beardson the one that would do this? DSP Detractors did that. Yeah, dude, there's so many lolcows that would make like these shitty fucking like, haha, I'm gonna epically own my trolls and haters by like beating them up in this fucking video game. Even Chris Chan, by the way. he would remake his trolls in this, I think it was Soul Calibur. I don't know. It was like a fighting game that you could customize, and he would do this. Yeah, Chris did in Soul Calibur. I was right. I've never even played Soul Calibur. I have no idea what it's about, but I know that he would do that in Soul Calibur. And it's funny. But Karl Jobst has done this. He has put in a Billy Mitchell character and himself in this game, and he is beating up the Billy Mitchell substitute in this game and using it as a background. And what's funny is that he's using the background of him beating up Billy Mitchell as he says this. Wait, that's ear rape if I do that.
Be the only person Billy wins against? Oh boy, wouldn't that just be hilarious?
That is the words that he says as he's beating up the fake Billy Mitchell in this video game. And it's just like one of the most pathetic fucking childish things I've ever seen from a guy who I only know of because he played because of the GoldenEye 64 shit. So that's where we're at with this. Now the actual outcome of his lawsuit. I have downloaded this, so we can actually scan through it. I think this is it. It goes on for a couple minutes, but it's worth hearing. I want it on the stream. If anyone knows the exact timestamp in this clip, let me know.
IP for the plaintiff. In Ottumwa, Iowa, USA, were not produced by the direct such bodies as Guinness World Records. At the time, he has been well known among it. Summary should not be taken as factual and legal issues. As the parties will realise, the trial raised a lot of factual and legal issues, but they may not realise that I also had a number of other commitments during the months since the trial. What I'm about to say is a summary of my reasons for judgment. I expect it will take about half an hour. This summary should not be taken as a substitute for my full reasons, which will be published on the Queensland Court's website, together with a shorter summary later today.
I might have to skip. I should have condensed this down to notes. I didn't realize it because it went so fast when I was watching it that I thought I'll just play this on stream. But if it's half an hour long, let's do this. He's speaking very slowly, so let's go to time and a half, and then let's skip a little bit in. Try to find actually where he's at. So this is where it ends, about 30 minutes. He's right. It takes about half an hour. So let's go to about 5 minutes out, and then I'll try to summarize what I remember him saying.
Amount of damages for non-economic loss. That is general damage.
Oh, fuck.
But by the time he republished to his decision to commit suicide.
Okay.
This conduct, alleged by Mr. Mitchell, included, first, making the allegations recklessly and without checking their truth. Secondly, publishing the video twice. Thirdly, holding malice and pursuing a vendetta against Mr. Mitchell. Fourthly, mocking Mr. Mitchell's complaint about the video and his legal action. Fifthly, persisting in his contention that Mr. Mitchell's action against Apollo Legend had contributed to his decision to commit suicide. And sixthly, failing to apologise and to withdraw the allegations.
That's the breakthrough in this, is that people heard that he lost the Donkey Kong lawsuit, and everyone was like, holy fuck, is Australia insane? Has Australia lost its fucking mind? That they're going to grant this cheater, this obvious cheater, a win because somebody said that he cheated at a game, which he does appear to have cheated at. Like, that blew people away. So much so that everyone was like, what the fuck? I have to hear the reasoning for this. So they booted up this video, and they listened to this Australian man in this, like, dull monotone, this, like, grinding monotone, explain very carefully how the lawsuit was almost entirely about a claim that Karl Jobst had made and refused to retract ever, saying that Billy Mitchell was responsible for the death of a YouTuber named Apollo Legend. Apollo Legend was one of the people that Billy Mitchell had sued. However, when Apollo Legend committed suicide, he actually published a note, and he had confidants that he had expressed his issues too, and at no point ever did he tell anybody that Billy Mitchell's lawsuit against him was one of the motivating factors that caused him to commit suicide. But Karl Jobst was so gung-ho on this problem of needing to epically own Billy Mitchell, he has to be the guy to slay Billy Mitchell, that he took that suicide and he used it as a weapon against him. And the judge explains it really quite well, so hopefully I'm at the right part for that.
I have found that Mr. Jobst was reckless in making the allegations. His assertions were based on a fallacy. namely that Apollo Legend had paid Mr. Mitchell a large sum of money. That was simply wrong, and he had no reasonable basis for asserting it. Yet even after finding out the truth, he has continued to assert that the settlement had a negative financial impact on Apollo Legend, and that he still believes that the settlement was a contributing factor to his decision to commit suicide. Mr. Jobst was also reckless and vindictive in publishing the full video twice. At the time he republished it, he had been told by Mr. Mitchell, via his response video, by their mutual acquaintance Keemstar, and by Mr. Mitchell's lawyers, that what he had said about the payment...
I love how he just casually name drops fucking Keemstar in the middle of this. As this guy is reading his summary of his judgment as if he was doing like a expose video on fucking YouTube, just casually name dropping Keemstar. Apparently the Australian court system is on such a good basis with Keemstar, they can just name drop him. Yeah, of course, everyone in fucking Victoria knows who Keemstar is.
Was not true. He told Keemstar that he would not republish that part of the video unless he received concrete evidence that it was true. But by the time he republished it, he had not heard from Apollo Legend's brother, whom he had asked for information about the settlement, so he did not know any more than he had earlier, but he nevertheless decided to republish the entire video regardless. In his evidence, he said that he did this because he thought Mr. Mitchell would sue him anyway. His attitude appears to have been, well, if I'm going to be sued, I may as well go for broke and damn the consequences. It was reckless and showed an absolute disregard for the truth or for the effect of his video on Mr. Mitchell and his reputation. On 29 July 2021, that is about 6 weeks after he finally edited the video and took out the offending passage, Mr. Jobst published a video in which he retracted his statement that Apollo Legend had paid Mr. Mitchell money, and he apologised to his viewers for having given them incorrect information. At the trial, he relied on that video as being evidence of his bona fides and as reducing any harm caused to Mr. Mitchell by his original video.
That's really important. So part of his defense was that he made good faith efforts to reduce any damage that was caused by his statements because of this video. He brought that up himself in his defense. But just does the judge buy it, chat?
However, that video did not retract the imputations at all. It simply retracted the statement that Apollo Legend had paid Mr. Mitchell a large sum of money. Mr. Jobst did not apologise to Mr. Mitchell in any way, rather apologising to his viewers for having made an incorrect statement in the offending video. Also, this retraction video was, in total, a little over 30 minutes long. For the first 28 minutes and 24 seconds, it had nothing to do with arcade gaming, cheating, or Mr. Mitchell, but was about a particular type of speedrunning. It then went blank for a few seconds, before it returned with Mr. Jobst's alleged retraction statement, which itself lasted only about 45 seconds. Even then, he wrongly said that Mr. Mitchell had not tried to contact him to clear up the error, and he insinuated that he still believed that Mr. Mitchell was responsible for Apollo Legend's decision. Finally, Mr. Jobst's conduct of this litigation, together with his additional online comments about it, were aggravating features of his conduct. He seems to see himself...
So, he brought this up, and he said to the judge, look, judge, I did my best. I tried to retract the statement. But the judge looked at this and says, not only are you not retracting the statement, you're doing it in like the most pussy, underhanded way fucking imaginable. And he actually says that this defense that you brought up actually makes me not like you more. I actually hate you more now that you've made me fucking watch this. And I've seen what a little fucking weasel you are.
In defending this claim as a crusader against Mr. Mitchell. He is the last of the defendants who have been sued by Mr. Mitchell, and the only one, apart from Mr. Race, who has not backed down. Even in February 2024, as this action was progressing toward trial, he said in an online interview, quote, Billy Mitchell needs to be destroyed in court. These people need to be punished in a big way before they stop. They need to get taught a lesson. So I am now the last chance. I am the last chance the public has to punish Billy. And also, the last person on YouTube you want to lose to is me. You know there's going to be 100 vids rubbing it in. I will never let Billy forget this, assuming I win. I've got to win first, but man, if I win, oh boy, I'm not going to be a good winner. End quote. Mr. Jobst clearly intended to...
These, like, imagine being Karl Jobst at this point and hearing those words echoed back to you by the judge. This person who now, like, holds your fucking balls in the palm of his hand. Like, what a vindictive, petty asshole you are. How obsessive and freakish you are. It finally sets in that, like, this is not normal behavior. Like, sure, you can do a little expose video on Billy Mitchell. Yeah, you can call him a cheater. But you can't dedicate yourself to trying to destroy someone, especially someone who has more fucking resources than you and who actually didn't do anything wrong in a legal sense. It must be like the most painful, gut-dropping sensation that you've ever felt, ever.
To be the knight who slew the Mitchell dragon.
Let's hear that again. I like that part.
I'm not going to be a good winner. End quote. Mr. Jobst clearly intended to be the knight who slew the Mitchell dragon. Unfortunately for him, his lance was not as strong as he believed it to be, and it has broken in the contest.
Has broken. Your lance is broken. You'll never please your Asian wife ever again. So long story short, what he says after this is that he owes damages. He not only owes damages, he owes attorney's fees. In Australia, there's two types of attorney's fees. There's standard, and then there's elevated ones. Standard attorney's fees are 50% or 60%, and elevated ones go up to 95%. So if you want, he said somewhere in a stream that he had spent up to this point $500,000 Australian in his defense. And that includes $250,000 that Notch had given him for his defense. And then you can assume that because Billy Mitchell has more money, that Billy Mitchell probably hired a really expensive attorney. So he not only owes $390,000 Australian, which is about $250 US, so $250,000. He now owes more than that in attorney's fees. So you're talking $500,000 in debt. And then the real damaging thing is, okay, he's like a big YouTuber. He's cranking out million view videos constantly, and those probably get like $100,000 a video, like for real. So he should be fine then, maybe. The issue is that everyone in his audience feels materially misrepresented about what the litigation was. Everyone was led to believe that this asshole who lied about fucking Donkey Kong scores and was suing someone so petty. He is suing this guy, trying to get millions of dollars from him for a Donkey Kong score allegation, which evidently he appears to be in the right in. More importantly, he appears to be in the right in. And he just completely glossed over the fact that the actual issue, the real reason for the lawsuit, was that he had incorrectly, by all accounts, incorrectly stated and refused to retract an allegation that Billy Mitchell literally killed somebody, which is not a very sympathetic case to be on. So now he's at the end of this. He owes at least $500,000 US, probably $750,000, maybe even a full million, because you don't know how much money that Billy Mitchell was spending. And I can tell you pretty confidently, Australian lawyers are even more expensive than American lawyers. So in this lawsuit went on for multiple years and years. So he's fucked. And then now that he's fucked, he has no goodwill with his own community anymore. There's going to be a bunch of people who gave him money, who watched his videos, who downloaded Raid Shadow Legends at his request to help him and his sponsors, who are now going to be uninstalling Tel Aviv spyware from their phone, pissed off that they can't get a refund on their legal crowd raising, and they're unsubscribing from his YouTube channel. He's lost like 50,000 subscribers on YouTube already. And he has like 1 million, but like a lot of those subscribers are going to be residuals that don't use their account anymore, don't watch him. So his active users are leaving. He's going to have to find some way to recoup that. And in fact, his first thing that he did as a consequence, he blundered. And I'll show you. I don't know if it's actually still up anymore, but I will check anyways. Yeah, he deleted it. So he published a video on April 1st after the lawsuit. And it was just another one of these like video game related cheater videos. And people are like, what the fuck? Are you just going to like ignore your lawsuit? And he says that he had a contractual obligation to post a video because his sponsor had paid him already. So in every one of his videos, I don't know if I have, I do have sponsor block. So I can go to this. Where is it? Oh, I don't have sponsor block. If you go to any of his videos, he has massive segments on like downloading Raid Shadow Legends. In fact, I think if you go to any of his videos in his comments, yeah, the first thing, get 26% off on Displate. There's his referral link. And then look, another one. Go to private internet access. Waiting for the decision to my trial is stressful. I've just been chilling. Hope you guys have a great 2025. Then there's PIA. By the way, PIA was bought by CyberGhost, which is a massive Israeli company that owns every VPN basically. So he's just advertising that. PIA, this is true. PIA, before they got bought up by CyberGhost, was so indiscriminatory with who they would affiliate with that the KiwiFarms maintained a long-term affiliate with PIA. I removed the affiliate once they got bought by CyberGhost. But that was That was one of our only sponsor ever, basically. He's sponsored by them, though. I'm sure if we go to post, let's see. I will explain more. Oh, there are no. I thought that he did the Q&A thing. He just does it in the comments. He does it in the video, he does it in the description, and then he also does it in the, there's PIA again, and then PIA again. PIA, his big one, so. He's gonna have to do more of those, I guess. Let's see. Is there anything else? He lost his case. He's fucked. His audience is gonna hate him. He's gonna. He did the sponsorship video because they made him because he's like a complete sellout. And now he's just gonna have to figure out what to do. And I don't know. He's fucked. He's fucked. What do you do? What do you do when you now owe $500,000 to $1 million to somebody who you previously said, you explicitly said on air, by the way, that if you won, you would be as merciless as humanly possible. You would not give a fucking inch. You would ridicule this guy to his fucking grave. You would collect every dollar as forcefully as possible. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever say that? Because now that the ball's in the other court, what the fuck do you think's going to happen? Would Billy Mitchell really be incentivized to do anything but completely gut him and ruin his life? Like, there's no motivation for any other recourse. Because he knows with 100% certainty that if he had lost, that's exactly what Karl Jobst would be doing to him. So, like, a really stupid fucking thing to do. Completely, unbelievable. But that's the Billy Mitchell stuff. That's Karl Jobst. Sorry, I saw this as a joke, so I'm gonna cap this off with a joke. You ready? Karl Jobst, more like Karl, get a job. Nah. He's gonna have to move back to Vietnam with his wife. Oh, I did. You're right. Oh my God. Thank you for whoever said that. I completely forgot. So, by the way, one last thing I promise on this, and then we're moving on. Neger Psycholog, which means black person psychology. He's a long-term user of the KiwiFarms. He did a deep dive on Karl and found one other thing that is just super, super curious. Before Karl was a YouTube video game streamer, man, he was a pickup artist. This dull, monotone, albino autist thought that he was going to be a pickup artist and made this hideous banner, approachhernow.com. And you can see like his idea of like a sexy, she looks like she's taking a shit. It's like she lives in India and she's squatting on the designated shitting street to fucking dump ass on the concrete. But he's like, approach her now. So here we go. I know you guys saw this guy crying into his Asian wife, but now we get to see how a man like that becomes such a winner. You ready? Let's see how these tactics work. This is extremely fucking cringe, by the way. If you're not good with cringe and you're listening to this as an archive, you should not watch this.
Hey guys.
Just in a fucking mall.
It's Karl here. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate a simple and easy approach you can do if you're looking to overcome your fear of approaching women.
Prep! Oh, you even put out a book! What the fuck? The ultimate guide for building confidence. Approach her now? Does anyone have this book? I need to know what this king of sex has to say.
Alright guys, now I'm going to show you a few approaches and then afterwards I'm going to break down exactly what happened. Let's go. Hey, sorry, I don't want to bother you guys. I just want to say I think you are really, really cute.
Oh, thank you.
Have a good night.
Adorable, isn't she?
Yes, very adorable.
She's like us.
It's just so awkward. Because what's weird is that the girl on the left even reciprocates this. Or on his right. Like, even tries to chat him up. Like, oh, well, he approached us. I don't know. Maybe she's kind of chubby. Maybe she's into him. Like, got this albino guy. He doesn't smell like curry. Maybe. And then he, like, walks away. She's still talking to him. Like, they're engaged. They're actually responding to this shit. And he's just like, sorry. cool guys don't look at explosions. And he just like turns away and walks back to his fucking camera. It's like, it's like he had no expectation that anyone would respond to this in any way. And he just like immediately runs. Is like, hi, you're really sexy. Ah! He just flees the scene of the crime. No clue of what to do next. Like, he never got that far before. He never hit 52 on GoldenEye before. He had no concept of what would happen after that.
Hey guys, I don't mean to bother you. I just want to say I think you are.
Oh, dude, look at her face. Look at her face.
Hey guys.
Look at her face. Look at the fear and apprehension. It's like a Metal Gear Solid. It's like that exclamation point. Doink. High alert. High alert. Person has approached me from behind. My back is exposed to this man. He could just be like, hi guys, and then stab me in the fucking spine.
I don't mean to bother you. I just want to say.
Look, she's cringing. She literally physically recoils from him.
I don't mean to bother you. I just want to say I think you are really, really.
She like as he like puts up his arms, she like leans backwards a bit, like she's expecting to get punched or something. Like she doesn't want to touch him, and he's getting too close for comfort. Look, dude.
Cute.
And then she like looks away. After he says that, they look away. They look at their fucking phones and look away together. Oh my god, bro! What the fuck? Why would you post this on the internet?
Have a good night.
And they say thank you, thank you. Just like, oh my god, it makes my skin crawl. And then they turn away and walk away, and you can see the girl on the right is smiling, like, holy shit, how fucking awkward, bro.
Hey guys, I don't mean to.
Dude, every single time he does this, it's like you can see that they're on high alert. I don't know. You can just see like the defensiveness in their posture. Like, they become tense. They freeze up like an animal in headlights. Like we are being stalked.
Bother you. I'm just going to say that I think you're really, really cute.
Oh, thank you.
That's all right. Have a good night.
Okay, one more, and then I can't do this anymore.
Oh, hey guys. Guys.
They're ignoring him. They're ignoring him. They're not even. Oh my god! They don't even look at him. Yeah. Trying to ignore him and hope he goes away.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I don't want to bother you. I just want to say I thought you were really, really cute. Just want to say that.
Dude, saying someone's cute, it's just like, I don't know. Like a dog is cute. A kid is cute.
Beautiful person I've ever seen, so I
Agreed. Thank you. See you guys.
Just the way he leaves afterwards. It's like, why are you doing this? Oh my god. Is this not archived? No, here archived and preserved too. That's lazy. That works. Man, oh man. Should have tried that with Billy Mitchell. Should have walked up to him and been like, hey, Billy Mitchell, you're kind of cute. And he'd be like, oh, I didn't know that I was Kawaii Sugoi. I guess I will not see you now. But by the time he said all that, Karl would already be back in Australia. He would have, as soon as he turned away, gone. 52 seconds, back to Australia. Nice, bro. Okay, that's it. That's the end of the 45-minute long Karl Jobst segment. Let's talk about Jackie Singh. If you don't know, Jackie Singh is a fat curry who lives in Puerto Rico because she has judgments on her that she doesn't enforce. There is more leaked, not really leaked, I think they're like requested, but there are documents regarding her departure from the U.S. military. She got to like level 3 before she was demoted back to level 1, and then she was let go. In part because of her continuous sexual misconduct with males, and also in the military, and also for being continuously tardy, and even to her own like correctional material. So this is counseling, developmental counseling form. And by the way, I've been informed that I commented on this last time, and I said, it's kind of weird how like these write-ups are kind of like in school, like in high school, and they don't seem that serious. But someone told me that the reason why they're written like this is that it is very serious, and like there's definitely a guy screaming at her, and like they're super, super fucking pissed when they have to do this. And these write-ups, even though they seem kind of like a high school write-up, they're written that way because it facilitates getting them kicked out of the military as much as possible. So That's what someone said. It said that this is actually really serious, even though it sounds like a counseling form. It's actually like the highest form of reprimandation that you could possibly give, and it sticks on your record for fucking ever. And if you do manage to stay in the military for 10 years, the shit like this will show up when you're evaluated for cushy office positions and like career military service, and you're basically screwed. If this kind of shit's what's showing up on your record, you're not going to get selected for the jobs that you actually want once your grunt work time in the military is over. That's what I was told, so I don't know. Military guys can back me up on this in the comments if you want to. Here's the meat, though, the actual content. Private Singh, this counseling statement is for the actions listed below. 1. You failed to be in your appointed place of duty on the morning of 29 Jan 04 for accountability formation. You had no excuse for not being in your appointed place of duty. You were counseled on this type of behavior before, on the 5th of January, so the same month, as well as on the 10th. Wow. So, wow. Just a habitual fuck up. On the morning of the 28th, you failed to be in the right uniform at accountability formation. You were informed of the uniform by CW2 Gardner and more people as well as himself. You were unprepared for the mission by showing up without your IBAs, NVGs, and sleeping bag. Your excuses will not be tolerated by the chain of command, because you were well informed of the uniform and the mission taking place that morning. On the afternoon of the 28th, you were caught in... This is like all in the same day. She's like... She like fucked up like 4 fucking times in the same day. She can't even go to the designated area. Oh my god. Sar, you were shitting on the undesignated shitting streets. That's where our holy cows walk, and you're shitting all over there. Only if you're... Imagine this, Private Singh. You took a shit on the undesignated shitting street where our cows shit. We eat that cow poop. Your shit could have ended up in the holy cow poop mixture that people would eat. And you're definitely not holy, even though you are a cow. That would be unacceptable to the chain of command, Private Singh. Okay, on the afternoon of the 28th, you were caught engaging in public displays of affection during duty hours while in duty uniform. Second Lieutenant Elwood caught you and Private First Class Denica at the live fire exercise engaging in public displays of affection, and you were corrected. After you had been recently verbally counseled on this type of activity by SPC Bender. Your current actions and behavior is failing to follow instructions and tasks given by direct and lawful orders by the chain of command. Regardless of the many attempts to correct this type of inappropriate behavior, you have led me to recommend you for UCMJ action. Continuing to do this may result in lots and lots and lots of terrible, terrible shit you don't want to happen to you. Then there's a writing here. It says, I brought my sleeping bag to formation. I absolutely under no circumstance have engaged in any public displays of infection with Private First Class Denica at any time. Rumors and inconclusive evidence should not be based on as basis. So that's what she said. She was allegedly, based on these reports, she was passed around. I don't have a better word for it. Passed around in the tents, providing, and it's supposed to provide morale to our troops. But I think if you fuck Jackie Singh, there is no morale. In fact, you may become despondent with your own life. It may compromise the mission readiness of the unit to have members of the unit have sex with Jackie Singh, because then they will become incapable of carrying out their assigned activities at the designated areas, chat. Tragic. Really tragic. I'm glad our military nipped this in the bud. Okay, let's see Darkseid Phil fuck up.
I don't understand. Why is the karma of my... What's going on? What the hell just happened?
DSP outlives another.
What the hell just happened? What? Why did I die? Why did I just die?
Okay.
I had 1 day of work. What happened?
So Darkseid Phil. There's a game called Envoy, which apparently is like the hot and coming like Sims game. And from my understanding, Envoy has been so successful because it's just so much better than The Sims, that The Sims is now desperately pumping out LGBTQIP plus slop, and their next Sims game is going to be like a tablet game that is just completely fucking paused. So EA is like shitting itself because this envoy is eating their lunch and they don't know what to do about it. And even Darkside Phil is playing this game. Now apparently Darkside Phil decided that he was going to do a virtual reality game where he could live any kind of life that he wanted to. So naturally he makes himself completely alone with no wife and children. Then he goes to work for one day and virtual Phil dies immediately. My understanding is that because it is a Korean-made game, it has a karma, unlike The Sims. So unlike The Sims has no concept of karma because it's a Western game. The Koreans, they make a Sims game, you're like, well, you got to manage your fucking Confucian level. So there is karma. And if your karma gets too low, you just fucking die. So somehow, Philip Brunel, in playing this game, reduced his karma so low that he just stroked out and died. And from my understanding, it's because he did not read any of the instructions warning him desperately that he had very low karma and was going to die. In fact, I think even... Oh, sorry. That's actually the wrong thread. I think if I scroll down a little bit. There's a guy that posted the warning. Oh, here it is. The karma status of the Zoys in a risky state, meow. If you don't properly manage the karma of the residing Zoys, you may soon have an interview with the CEO, meow. And then there's a tutorial link that says, manage your karma properly, meow. And then you can click that to read how to manage your karma. Darkside Phil, in classic Darkside Phil fashion, did not manage his karma, and he did in fact meet the CEO, meow. Okay. Let's talk about my boy. This is my favorite. Styx is honestly my favorite lolcow right now because he's such a smug asshole that I love seeing him. Bad things happen to him, and he's completely unlikable, and he's a dipshit, and he talks like a retard, and the shit's all fucking gay. So let's hear what he has to say. This is a very informative message from him.
If you take a bunch of testosterone supplements, eventually your hair will begin to thin and so forth. I personally do not need testosterone supplements. I can go all night. Yes.
Why is he like this? What has happened to him?
Take a bunch of
to make him like this. Does anyone know? Does anyone know what made him like this? Why is he dressed up like this? You know, I said that part of the reason why I was losing weight is that when I got to my baseline weight, I wanted to like get nice clothes. And one of the clothes that I wanted to buy was like a leather jacket. And now I see, like, whenever I see people with leather jackets, they look like this. And I'm just like, maybe like a navy pea coat instead, chat. I've been turned off. I've been turned off my decision, chat. Was he like this before? I think he's developed alcoholism or something. While he was invited onto Jeremy Hambley's show, the quartering, and he literally fell asleep on air. Let's take a look.
That's the kind of dichotomy here that's also at play here because
leftists are
in the local issues. They're not.
You can see he's just like chilling. Look, his head's nodding down.
His head's, and they're more active.
His head's drifting away.
The left is way more active. And by the way, I've been reading chat, and there's a lot of brain dead takes, like false dichotomies.
By the way, Jeremy Hambley is in a fight with a lot of people right now because he said Wisconsin had like a Democratic sweep in their state, and he said that was entirely because of the abortion issue. And he said that Republicans should lighten up on the abortion issue if they want to win, which is an opinion that I've given before and I actually agree with. And everyone's mad at him for that. Even if you really, 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 really despise abortion and you think every single aborted baby, even the black ones, is a loss to all mankind, keep in mind that you'll save no babies from abortion if you lose all your elections. This is real politics. This is the way the world works. You have to win. If you don't win, you lose. Does that make sense? That's literally my point. If you don't win, you lose. Whatever your ideals are, if you don't win, your ideals don't matter because you lose. So I agree with Hambly on this point. That's what he's arguing about. But that's not why we're talking, okay? He's talking to Luke, who I believe is the guy. Yeah, We Are Changed. He's the only guy on Tim Pool's show that's worth a shit. And then you have Styx. Now, Styx is the hero of this segment. He is sleeping. Let's watch him sleep a little bit more.
People are saying, oh, Jeremy says we can't win, so we should just allow abortion. That's not what I said. I said we have to figure out a way. We have to find we have to change perception. We have to drive the conversation away from abortion, or we're going to lose. You're like not listening to me if you think that I said.
He's so deep in contemplation. Jeremy Hambly is striking such a great point that Styx is actually needing to dedicate 100% of his mental resources to computing what he's talking about.
We should allow abortion so we could win elections. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're an idiot if you don't see that in purple states, that's why we're losing. And you want to say voter fraud? It wasn't voter fraud. Now, did George Soros spend an assload more money? Yes, and that hurt. But I can tell you for a fact that when the data comes out after the fact, there will be tens of thousands of women that voted for Trump and voted for Susan Crawford. Why the fuck do you think that is? It's because of abortion. And it's not a guess. I live here. You know what I mean? Like,
Let's go. No, I thought at this point he woke up, but he didn't actually. He like leaned backwards and got super comfy in his chair, a little bit more comfy.
It's
By the way, you can see that Luke from Tim Pool's show is like aware of the situation. They're both now aware because they were willing to ignore him for a while until his head dripped back. Because they thought, because this guy's been here for like 20 minutes, like, oh, is he finally going to talk? Because he's moving, and they both notice. Look at how they're looking, and then he just goes right back to sleep, and it's so obvious he's asleep, and they both become extremely uncomfortable. Like Luke seems very disrespected, and Quartering seems really pissed off.
It's just the truth of it.
But Elon also came in kind of late in the game. He came in late, and
he's like super angry. He's like looking at his screen, seething, like biting his lip.
What?
Look at
too late.
He can't even conceal it.
Only because of Elon and these other guys. I mean, they were in the shadows. I was hearing about the shadow funding of this Democrat Supreme Court.
No, the We Are Change guy is from Tim Pool's show. He shows up on it, doesn't he? Who is? I'm like 99% certain that Luke guy is like a libertarian who's like on Tim Pool's show all the fucking time.
Appointee now, not appointee. This candidate now for weeks and weeks on end now. So clearly, the whole Republican Party machine.
Then he gets booted. Dude, look, he's like actual furrowed brow. Like seething anger, like boiling over fucking contempt. Look at that look. That's not a look you want to get from somebody that you consider your friend. Hambly, by the way, if you forgot, Hambly, when Styx was arrested on domestic violence charges in New Orleans, Hambly was the one that bailed him out. Hambly footed a $7,000 cash bond to get Styx out of jail. And then Hambly says, hey, why don't you come on my stream so we can have a talk? And this is how he pays that. He owes this guy $7,000. And this is the level of respect that's showed upon him as gratitude.
Isn't activated. I
just want to see him. Look at that fucking face. He's even, now he's like leaned over talking to him like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Actually kind of admitting that it's okay for Soros to do this because he, quote, hides in the
shaking his head in fucking anger. Literally look at
that it's okay for Soros to do this because he, quote, hides in the shadows.
Visibly shaking his head in frustration. That is awesome.
Opposite of what I think is important to do here.
Yeah, well, because it doesn't give
good recovery. If he didn't look so pissed off, it wouldn't be so obvious. Here's his excuse, by the way. Is this not going to work?
The Nick Adams Show. Are you still part of the Quartering? Yes. Quartering has run into some debt, it appears. And so I'm doing it for free, basically. But I have no problem with this.
Don't ever say those words. He knows the meme. He's referencing the meme, but he's saying them and then he's like, yes, I'm quite proud that I do it for free, actually.
So yeah, I believe that I will be on the quartering at 2 p.m. I'll probably keep this.
So this
a
was
little bit
before.
on the shorter end, and then I'll go on with him. But I don't have any problem with it because I figure I'm gonna. He had my back at my darkest hour, so I'm gonna have his back, and I love it.
He loves it. He loves it. Jeremy Hambley says, "Pachoo, pachoo." You gonna be on my show, boy. I've given you all that money. And he's like, oh, boy, yes, master. I love it so much. I love working for you for free, Mr. Hambley. I'm a part of you, Mr. Hambley. I'm a part of you, Mr. Hambley. I love doing it for free. But unfortunately, you see, from the actual parents, you do get what you pay for, chat.
Yeah, he I think he took out 300 grand to make a coffee company. But I believe in the long term, because of his business acumen.
Business
that would pay
acumen.
off.
That's like a drunk slur. This man's fucking toasty.
And so, I'm willing to have his back. I believe that it will pay off, and therefore I'm going to have his back.
I believe it will pay off. It's an interesting way to reference, like, I'm friends with this guy. I like it. If someone asked me, like, if I was still doing appearances on Ricada, or if I, like, streamed frequently with, like, PPP, I would be like, I wouldn't say that. I would be like, I like being on his show. That's what I said with showing up on the Dick Show. I like it. I like being on the show. I like talking to him about stuff. I like sharing lolcows with, like, a different audience, It's fun. If you're doing streaming right, your guest appearances should be fun. But he's like, no, actually, I think it will pay off. I think once I sow my oats in his audience, I will accrue some of my own fans from them. Yes, indeed.
He didn't give up on me when things are real fucking tough for me. So I'm not going to give up on him.
It's true.
That's the way that I work with my friends.
It's true. People compare this guy to King Cobra with, like, a little bit higher verbal intelligence. But it's true. The Bog Witch was really terrible to Cobes. She was, like, verbally abusive and mentally abusive, and she was just the worst person to him. And he never beat her. He would never raise a hand to the evil Bog Witch. And this guy, who has none of the same mental handicaps as King Cobra JFS, was dating a woman who, as far as I know, didn't really do anything to him. And then he struck her and he threw things at her. And King Cobra never did, even though Jessica Boyle was really, really just awful to him. Isn't that interesting? It's just fascinating, chat. Okay, let's talk about Ralph a little bit. There's not much to talk about with Ralph. He just posted this. He says, it's been fun and perspicuity. I love you like a brother, even though you're gay. You really think a loser like that can do what I do? Okay. Oh, no, sorry, it's not. Those were not. I thought those were posted at the same time. Ralph just randomly posted 2 hours after he had a gay breakup with his boyfriend, Perspicacity, that it's been fun. And a lot of people are like, no, Ralph, don't do it. Don't do it, Ralph. Look, this guy is a Derpy Hooves My Little Pony fan in 2025, our year of the Lord. And he's begging Ethan Ralph to not commit suicide. Of course, Ralph did not commit suicide. And he posted later, like, I was just saying it was fun. Like, but obviously that was baiting. Baiting as he does. Ralph loves to bait. He loves to bait in public. He loves to bait in private. He loves to bait to his family and friends. He just loves to bait. I mean, always baiting. And I don't know why. I mean, I know why. If I was Ralph, I'd want to commit suicide too. But I feel like he drinks or does drugs, and then his inhibition gets so low. He never gets low enough to commit suicide because he's like a narcissist. But he gets to that point where he's just like, I should do it. I should kill myself. And then he goes to Twitter because his inhibitions are shattered by the mixture of drugs that he's on. And he posts, this is it. Goodbye. He probably has this, I imagine. I cannot peer into the minds of men, chat, much to my chagrin. But I imagine that Ralph has one of those suicide revenge fantasies. Like he sees it in his head where he pulls the trigger. He has that stream where maybe he's doing a stream. He does it on stream because he's a showman. He's the showman chat. So he boots up a stream and he goes over all of his classic Keel stream highlights, his favorite moments, and he looks over his 15-year legacy or however fucking long he's been doing this, and he says, "Yeah, it's been a good run, hasn't it?" And he'll just give like a cool guy, like one-liner, like, "Yeah, it's been fun," or, "You know, I had my ups and downs, but truth be told, I always did it my way." And then he kills himself on stream. And everyone talks about, holy shit, this fucking guy, he committed suicide on stream. It's like viral. It's like on TikTok. Like people in India are fucking talking about it. It's just worldwide sensation. What a fucking stone cold last line. And then, of course, immediately, my show, I'm like pursued by the government because I drove this poor pig to commit self-butchery. PPP and Andy Worski, they go bankrupt. They don't got any fucking content anymore because, you know, no Ralph, no Kino Casino. It's just gone, flushed away. All the A-logs realize, actually, as a matter of fact, I really like the Keel stream. I never realized until it was gone that I enjoyed my time that I spent with Ethan Ralph, and now I'll never get that because of how I wronged him and how I was mean to him on the internet. I caused this. And then his May would be like, "I'll never find a man as good as Ethan again. Oh, the father of my daughter, I miss him so much." And then Faith and Matthew Vickers are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it. Now Xander will never see his father. And what will he do without Ethan Ralph?" Like, this just goes on and on. There's like a 40-minute long montage of like everyone who's ever wronged him crying or being prosecuted as a result of his suicide. Because obviously the virality of his suicide clip being streamed everywhere would like drum up all this fanatic support. Like, what the fuck? How did this super cool guy with this awesome podcast that everyone just somehow missed get brought to this? We need to find the people responsible and bring them down. I think that's what he does in his head. When he's like super pilled up and drunk, he just like fantasizes and masturbates mentally to this long drawn suicide fantasy about everyone getting their comeuppance once he's dead, and everyone thinks he's the coolest fucking guy ever. But unfortunately, for Ralph, he knows he's just baiting. And if he did kill himself, nobody would care. I would care. I'll take that back. I care. I do enjoy my Ralph a Mail segment. I enjoy Ralph, the character of Ralph, the living tragedy that is Ralph. But everybody else, probably not. Much the same way as at one point I was the person who cares the most about Chris Chan. I'm probably the person that cares the most about Ethan Ralph. Such drama and tribulations that these things bring me. Haru would care, that's true. Haru, his anime wife. Haru Okamoro, the anime wife of Ethan Ralph. Widowed. The anime widow of Ethan Ralph in this scenario. Tragic. Next. Okay, oh my God. I have like 40 more tabs open. It's all about this. Okay, let me hype myself up. You ready? Clear my throat. Let's get some water. Okay. Deep breath. Stretch a bit, chat. Stretch a bit. Arms up. Turn to the side. Feeling my spine crack, chat. Turn to the other side. Spine crack. We're getting my ribs in place. Back and forth with the neck. Rolling around, chat. Okay. Blood pumping. Blood pumping. Grummz. Thousands of years ago, Gamergate 1 raged on, and one of the heroes of the gamers was a man who went by Grummz, a former Blizzard employee, just like that other fucking cockroach guy, who rode on his laurels and his work history, crowdfunding a game to the tune of, I've heard millions of dollars for this fucking game called like Firefly or some shit. The game is completely unimportant because it has never been completed. Grummz is like 60. He's an old man, and he's on Twitter, and he's like a culture warrior. You see him constantly. I think Elon Musk even replies to him, but he's one of the fucking cool guys on Twitter that has this huge following. And this, of course, inspires a lot of ire towards him. So this guy called MLVP, who Show his face. What's the fucking load?
Well, because
This guy sucks. This video sucks. This guy is a smug. Like, I don't know why he's in this fucking green room. It's like he's waiting for a surgery or something, like a British NHL's hospital. He just had this green, desaturated look. He looks like he's trying to look like Hasan Piker. He looks like a faggot. He talks like a faggot. And he's like a smug, preening leftist. So this video, to warn you, is absolutely insufferable. But it is an expose on Grummz, and it has receipts, and it broke the story. In general, what they did, this guy or people around him that he knew, took known information about Grummz, and this is an important cybersecurity lesson for all of you. Took important information, new information about Grummz, and they looked up on public leaked databases that information. And this is a fun story that I can actually have a personal anecdote to. His password never changed, even though his email addresses and usernames would. So he used a very specific password, and his password could actually be searched in these databases. And because he used a very specific password on a multitude of usernames and email addresses, it was actually possible to identify him by his plain text password across very old database breaches, which is very unusual because usually you think it's username or email. In his instance, he tried to be clever, but because he used the same password on a bunch of sites, they were able to find out his broader internet history. In particular, they found LLCs that he had incorporated in his mother's name. They believed to be a tax thing, so for him to dodge taxes. It is my understanding that he either had or has $250,000 back taxes owed to the IRS, despite making hundreds of thousands of dollars crowdfunding for his game and being big famous internet man. But the real thing that they found that was surprising was that Grummz had a pornography empire and a alter ego. He owned a website that was a repository for his own fan fiction. And let me get my notes up. I have these because there's a lot to cover. That's not like because it's quotes from the video. So it was $1.6 million I wrote for his actual crowdfunding for his games. He was involved in World of Warcraft. He claims to be a developer for World of Warcraft, but that is disputed. A lot of people have said that he worked in middle management. So even when World of Warcraft was at its peak, everyone in Blizzard hated their middle managers. And they said in particular he was very difficult to work with. But what he did is he has a website for catfight fanfics where he goes by Little Debbie and purports to be a woman. These fanfictions are sexually violent, and I don't use that term lightly. The themes of this are that two women are having a fight. Now, I can imagine that there would be a niche market for like naked lesbian wrestling, where in the traditional sense of wrestling, they're trying to pin each other on the ground, like the actual sport, but they just do it naked. Grummz does not write that. He writes sexually violent fan fiction that involves cries of pain, injury, pussy stomping is a thing where a woman will just stomp on another woman's vagina in the fan fiction. So at no point ever in any of these fan fictions is there like ecstasy, orgasm, like love, compassion. It's all like two women get into a big fight and then they stomp each other in the pussy and they kick each other and they pinch each other's tits. And it's just like this obviously like sadistic approach to lesbianism that is very bizarre, especially when you know that he's an old man. Around the time, by the way, that this fan fiction site was taking off, he got a divorce. So in my opinion, he became a bit of a gooner, started indulging his gooning a little bit too fervishly. It became known to his wife that he was gooning, and then she left him. And then after she left him, he went full on out, pussy stomping sadism. That became his fetish. The world wonders why. Then, that's not all. The allegation from this guy is that one of the companies that Grummz owned after the crowdfunding for his video game was an outright pornography studio where he would film women wrestling. And to do this, to accomplish this, he went out and bought 5 different red cameras. If you do not know what a red camera is, that is a $50,000 4K film company ready camera. It's something that records at a level that is ready for the big screen. And he bought multiple of these because when you do a production, you want if something happens, instead of shooting it 3 times with one camera, you film it from 3 different angles with 3 cameras one time. So you get the women to wrestle. He spent, I think $150,000 is what they said. And I don't know if that's each or if that's all together. I think that might even be, I think the cameras were like $30,000, they said. So it would be $150,000 for all 5. And then he filmed his lesbian wrestling pornography on those cameras that the money could have only come from the crowdfunding money from the allegation. So there was one of the flimsiest allegations that he made was that there was specifically one MySpace account, to give you an idea of how old this is, one MySpace account where it was called Debbie Chan, which is the name of the Grummz fan fiction alter ego, that had the email address prettylittle-girl-19, I think, 16, prettylittle-girl-16, which is obviously a little bit suspicious. Though Grummz has said that he's into lolicon in the past. And when people called him out on this, he retweeted himself like fingering a lolicon's belly button or something. I don't want to show it on stream because I don't know what that anime thing is, but to me that's very suspicious. It's not like outright explicit. It's just like he's just poking like an anime girl belly, and it's a little bit sus. And it came immediately after people said that he was into lolicon, so I don't know what's going on with that. I have enough, like Debbie Chan is like such a generic name that I can believe some other random person created that account, but I figured I would bring that up for completion's sake. The cat fight fetish website, by the way, was registered under his mother's name. So his mother technically owns, and she's 80. So it's either a tax thing or like an anti-doxing thing because he was afraid of this. The IRS got a $260,000 lien placed against him after he crowdfunded the money for his game. Mentioned his wife divorced him. So here's the highlights of his fan fiction. You ready? Mark's self-insert character stomps on the crotch of a character named after his ex-wife. Oh, I forgot he named characters and his fan fiction after his ex-wife, and then his lesbian persona is the one doing the pussy stomping on her. So I don't think there's much wiggle room there. I think we know what his feelings are towards women after his divorce chat. His self-insert character mutilates the same character's labia with a zipper saying, "I'll make sure you never fuck anyone again." The ex-wife character repeatedly screams, "No, don't do it," cries, kicks, and convulses. In a different story, a woman is raped with a spiky high heel, gets her pussy stomped until she passes out from pain, and then she wakes up and continues violating her until she passes out again, etc. He scratches up a woman's anal cavity with long fingernails. Ouch. There is painful dry pussy rape, women being left unconscious from being beaten so badly, women being suffocated from having their throats stepped on, and lots and lots and lots of pussy stomping and kicking with high heels. So this is our culture warrior, and that's what he's up to in his free time when you donate to his video game that is never, ever, ever coming the fuck out because it's been in production for like 10 fucking years now, and it's had no progress whatsoever, and he's buying $50,000 red cameras to shoot lesbian wrestling. He had a reaction basically. Let's go over his reaction. We got some posts from Zitter. Grummz says, "The lefties went too far. They doxed me, tried to get me killed with bounties, and then went to the dark web to nab plain word passwords and emails to try and cancel me for stuff 20 years ago, which turned out to be nothing. They put me in a position where I have no choice but to destroy their ideology. Oh man, you didn't want to do that. So this guy, who's like a 16-year-old perma-fucking gooner, who shoots and writes lesbian fan fiction as a troon, is saying, silly liberals. Now that you have cornered me, now that I have no out and you have cornered me, I now have full power. I can show you what I'm really capable of, you fucking libtards. And he's just gonna like unleash his ultimate form, the ultimate Grummz form, and he's gonna bring them all low. He's like this is what happens. This is your brain on anime. This guy is like, he's like, ho hum, what a useless transformation. So your hair is different. So what? He's like, thinks he's like Cell or Freezer or some shit. He's about to fucking like nuke planet Earth with his Kamehameha. You know what scoop on Grummz is? Over 20 years ago, I ran a very successful, very profitable softcore company as an easy side gig. We mostly did stories in anime art, all outsourced and put under various pen names. I got pretty good at photography. That's how Erica's favorite photo of herself, I'm proud to have taken it. I spilled the beans on Flashcast tonight, and then he advertised Yellow Flash Guy, which I'm pretty sure is one of the homosexuals involved in Comicsgate. No, this is his character, by the way. I don't think that this is not safe for work, but it's just like really shitty anime drawing. Just a girl who loves female competition. The cattier, the better. I sponsor and collect artworks of female cat fights and wrestling. I tend to have a dark. She's tampering in dark-sided stuff. She's dark-sided. And like stuff more erotic and rough, if you're such as pussy zippers and pussy stopping, very erotic. If you are an artist who can draw cat fights, I want to hear from you. Dark-sided. Shoutouts to anyone who understands my dork-sided reference. That's one of my favorite in-jokes. I don't know if I've ever talked about that on stream before. It'll be our secret, chat. It'll be our secret if you know that reference. Do I want to watch this? 2 minutes? Okay, I can take a sip of water.
Fascinating, huh? We also found this one.
What does this say? Hold on.
Don't know.
Pretty little girl.
That's not me.
Pretty little girl 16.
That's not me.
So
you know
what's
who
her
else they
MySpace
found?
data?
They found some housewife on Facebook and tried to implicate her. I have that too. But that's not me.
This isn't you?
No.
Are they trying to say this is you?
They are, and that is a problem for them.
Wait, where is the evidence that this is you? Their
I'm not
Foxy
sure.
Fighter addresses, the same password as Mark Kern's email.
Searching a Pwn database, which is a database of dumped
They
passwords
did
and
not
email
search
addresses.
Pwn
We found a Foxy
database.
Fighter email.
I don't even know what that is, to be honest.
All right,
I don't know what Pwn databases is.
What that is am I pwned? So if you want to search for data breach on your password, you can go to amipwned.com. And
I already covered all this. He's just going to deny it. That's not interesting. I want more coped tweets. This was a dox on myself for malicious intent. What Western Kabuki did was a full dox with illegal means, reaching back well over 20 years to try and dig up dirt on me. This guy, by the way, when I was 12 years old, this guy was writing lesbian fan fiction that involved pussy stomping. Or, I guess not. He was using red cameras to film softcore pornography. A derangement of cross-dressing male pedophiles hate you at Grummz. You must be doing something right. I am the most persecuted game dev in history. I think that he would qualify as a cross-dressing male. I don't know about pedophile. He just seems like adult women crying and suffering. But I think Debbie Chan qualifies as cross-dressing. I'm the most persecuted game dev in history. Hold up 1 second. Well, I don't think I've ever done this before. Give me a second. I'm in a weird mood right now. I have an inclination to do something that I've not done before. Okay, let's see. Appearance. All right. Oh, I can show people. Okay. Let's see. I like that one a lot. Except he typed it wrong. He typed in all caps. I am the most persecuted game dev in history. The most persecuted game in history. Author Grummz. And then that. All right. Oh. Now that will be in the random quote rotation chat. I feel so inspired. I've never done this on stream before. Just show you a day in the life. A day in the life. Can we watch Foxy Fighter? I don't know, man. That sounds like a bad idea. Another one of his reactions. They tried so many times and failed so many times. They have nothing left. They know they will swat next. That's what they do. Evil scumbags. I'm trans, by the way. Which I guess is supposed to be a joke. Like, you can't make fun of him if he's trans or some shit. Wokie's losing it. He's like morphing into Patrick Tomlinson in my brain. I'm winning too much, getting too loud. Their latest kill shot, doxing, lies, botted reply spam, and fake community notes. They coordinate all this behind locked Discord servers. I've got the receipts, and they are freaked, ejecting people. This is a massive coordinated harassment machine. Hundreds or thousands of replies per day. But they won't stop me. Louder every day, and in this to fight to the finish. Replies are verified for now to let them waste their bot money and filter their crap. Ubisoft is locking replies. It's a comparison because Ubisoft lock replies. No, this is contemporary. Wokies, oh my guys, Grummz is so owned. Think about it. Ubisoft now replies directly to me. Oh, he got made fun of by Ubisoft, like an official account. I think that's in the lineup. Is that in the lineup? I don't know. Just people react. I post about video games, and together we are winning. For that, they turn to illegal dark web means, death threats, and doxing to target Smash, Giga, and myself and others over video games. Pathetic and evil. The lefties. Oh, did I read this one? Yeah, I did. This is a really good quote, too. Yeah, actually. This is a really good quote. That's a really good one. Let's see. Make sure I get this right. Sorry, chat. If I don't do it now, I will forget. That's the rule. That's how I do things. Okay, so it goes. I'll correct him for him. They put me in a position where I have no choice but to destroy their ideology. BR. Oh man, you really didn't want that. This guy is so fucking cool. I wish I could be like this guy. Because this guy's fucking cool. This guy's hard fucking cool. Bam. Oh, and then I forget when I do BRs like this, I usually put a second quote. Okay. Let us continue, chat. I think everyone can see how standing up for gamers against DEI has cost me on a personal as well as financial level. I knew full well back in March when I started what they would do, as I watched them for over 10 years dox, harass, cancel, and try to destroy others. Anyone who says I do this for a grift is lying. I willingly pay the price for freedom against the woke mind virus. That's like the Elon alarm. Elon! Ting, 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 ting. Elon! Ting, ting, ting. I'm talking about the woke mind virus, Elon. I need help. Just like you got like a spotlight pointed in the sky, like for Batman. Like, Elon! Woke mind virus. I did it because I felt like it was now or never, and thank goodness. Sorry, there is no God to this man, only goodness. Thank goodness we are winning. Opera GX took the second to hit the dab and say, we are currently developing a feature that will remove any trace of Grummz from the web. 100,000 likes. Really? I didn't realize that this. Oh my god, 176,000 likes on 8.2 million views for a dead ass fucking browser nobody uses. Okay, I'll like it. That's funny. I didn't realize this was such big news because I didn't pay much attention to it. So I just thought, oh, this is like a silly internet thing. No, apparently this is 8 million views worth of attention. That's just Opera being silly, doing their marketing. Okay, Grummz actually replied to Opera. Let's see. You know you are getting too effective when an entire browser company is trying to erase you from the internet. Opera GX fully triggered winning. He thought it was for real. He thought that Opera GX was going to market itself as being the company that has the browser that completely obliterates any mention of Grummz from your fucking screen. That's really funny. This is like this is what happens when you have too big of a fucking ego, or are retarded, or autistic, and or all three. Because it's like, how do you read this? Especially like on April Fool's Day. You think like, yeah, this is it. Especially from Opera GX, because they're known to do like silly stuff in their tweets and get like a lot of attention. So, madness. There's a full-scale assault happening, not just against me, ever since Elon's Hasan post. Use Brave instead. He doesn't realize that being against pussy stomping and anal cavity scratching is not like a left and right issue. And if it was a left and right issue, it sure as fuck would not be the conservatives who are like, yeah, bro, me and my wife do pussy stomping, anal scratching all the time, bro. Like, that's not... It would be like a sexual, like, you know, it'd be the left. That's like for sexual liberty and self-determination and shit, as opposed to having any kind of societal commitment. That's insane. I can't believe he took... What an idiot. They just make a really good product. I actually, no cap, for real, on God, I have switched from Brave to LibreWolf because I was writing code. I've actually been writing code again the last week, excitingly. And while I was running stuff, and I was on Arch, my Brave browser took out so much fucking, I almost said mana instead of memory, because in Arch or Linux in general, when you're out of memory, it says OOM, and OOM is an acronym in video games for when you're out of mana and can't cast any more spells. So when I read it, I thought, oh, I ran out of mana. No, I ran out of memory, and Brave took all my fucking mana, took all my mayonnaise, and and crashed my entire desktop. And I was like, it closed everything out because the killer came in and just slaughtered my fucking desktop application. I'm like, oh fuck. So I switched from Brave to LibreWolf. And I've actually been quite happy with LibreWolf. There's a couple of things that annoy me about it, but it's doing okay. Okay, that's funny. That's the image I don't want to show you where he's like poking the belly. You can find this in the thread if you really want to. It's not sexual, but it's just like the immortal words of Godwinson. I don't know what that anime thing is, but to me that's very suspicious. Okay. We've been streaming for a while, chat. Now is your moment of your Reddit segment. Oh, I did. Sorry, I was looking at my notes. I forgot one other thing. Where is this? One of the other things that I didn't even mention is that he worked at Blizzard, and lactation was like one of the recurring trends of his fan fiction stuff. And it's really ironic because if you remember, Blizzard was the company that had women's bagged breast milk stolen out of the company fridge. So I don't know. I think there is a non-zero possibility that Grummz was perhaps indulging in the company milk tank while on duty, and he has carried that fetish with him outside of his work with Blizzard. We may have found him. We may have found the guy after all this time. Also, I'm gonna be real with you. One other random aside. Hopefully this wasn't covered in a super chat or something since, but I know people really like card posting, but I find him annoying, and he's not that funny. The Sneed one was funny, and then after that, it was just kind of like, oh, he's like doing the same thing over and over again. But someone linked me to this, and I legit thought that he was fucking with me. I posted in the Man at the Internet thread about how I was enjoying some Deans, which if you don't know is canned fish. Specifically, it was King Oscar's Mediterranean-style, skinless, boneless sardines in a tin. So proper Deans. And I ate them, and I'm like, wow, I thought this would be like in a tomato sauce, but it wasn't, and it was really good. And then someone immediately hit me with this card posting video. And I thought this was like a fake thumbnail at first. And then I thought, he must be fucking with me. There's no fucking way that, like, he put out this video about Deans being a dog whistle for fascism immediately after I started talking about fish. But to make it even worse, Deans is a 4-month-old video. I wasn't on my diet until February. I wasn't eating 10 fish until February. So 2 months before I even started my diet, he had put out this video about Deans being a fascist dog whistle. I had never seen this video. I was not compelled to eat 10 fish because of it. And then as I'm talking about Deans, someone points out this fucking video. It's like, how? How is everything that I like a dog whistle for fascism? In case you're wondering, because this is a 10-minute long fucking video, his point is that Deans are popular in the prepper community, and therefore preppers are all fascist militiamen preparing to commence the Civil War in the Boog. And so Deans is a dog whistle. And then he goes on to say, and I don't believe this is true, and I think he's making this up in a psychotic episode, that people will use Deans to describe illegal activity. Like, they'll make code words like, yeah, I want some Deans and olive oil. And that's like a fascist Nazi dog whistle for, like, we should kill black people. Like, that's literally what he says. It's fucking insane. So I don't know what's wrong with him. Okay. Next, the Reddit segment. In our relationship advice, one of my personal favorites, by UTRR. My 30F husband, 29M, will not stop leaving his turds in the toilet for me to find. My husband poops more than anyone I have ever met. I am pregnant. I am nauseous. I am hormonal. Smells send me over the edge. And yet, no matter what I say or how much I plead, my husband will not flush his shits. We've been married for 3 years. I don't remember when this started, but it genuinely makes me want to throw up and is starting to affect my level of attraction towards him. We've had this conversation countless times. I've gotten angry, explained to him how it affects me, asked politely, pleaded. I have tried everything and he will not stop. He claims he can't remember. He promises he'll never do it again, but he never stops. What is this? Does this mean something? Is he not attracted to me? I genuinely don't know how to handle this, as it seems absolutely nothing will get him through. I realize this post may seem unserious, but I'm seriously so angry and I'm completely out of ideas. Okay, so there was a video that someone posted. This is like X slop, and I'm going to mention this as briefly as I possibly can. There's a video circulating on the big accounts on Twitter, raging over a woman, as they fucking do every fucking day, which is why I stopped using X as much, because it's just like irritating to see this rage bait shit. It's a woman in her 40s. She has, I think, 4 kids, and she's complaining that, or she was telling a story that they resolved, they got over this, that her husband was not doing enough around the house, and it was seriously impacting their marriage, and she was considering divorce because he just wouldn't clean up after himself, basically. And the breaking point was that she was taking care of the kids to get them ready for school. She goes over to throw something away, and the trash is full. And she had asked him to take out the trash before he left for work. So then the trash is full. She goes to her plan B to grab something out of the dishwasher, and the dishes weren't done. So she was unable to do what she needed to do at that instant moment to get the kids ready for school because her husband did not do enough chores like they had agreed on, or she had asked him to do prior to that. And she said, you know what, I do so much work by myself, I might as well just be by myself. And they did work through it. But the reaction to this from the slop channels was that this is why the divorce rate is so high, because women are unreasonable. And I'm just thinking, like, when I was a kid, my mom got me to take out the trash. My mom told me how to tie a bunny knot in a trash bag and take it out. You know, and she works too. So it's not even like her job is the housekeeper. She also worked a job. And there was no expectation that they would share any burden while she takes care of the kids and also works. And then people got mad at me for that and said, you know, her husband is a lineman. He works on the electric poles, and she has the audacity to complain about him. One of the most dangerous jobs in the world. And it's like, it doesn't matter. The heroic fucking lineman can take out the fucking trash. And that's like this, where it's like, he can flush his own shit. This is the level. I'm telling you guys, there are guys out there who are like doomers about their prospects with women. They're doomers about the white race, and they're just like, bro, these white, like, nobody's having sex and the good guy always gets put down. You know, if you can wipe your ass, flush the toilet, and take out the trash, you are already better than half of men. You are literally already better than half of men. You can get laid. It is possible. You have hope. I'm not even being facetious. This is how fucking low the bound. This guy is married and has a kid on the way, and he can't even wipe his own ass and flush the toilet correctly. That is what's happening. Okay. Is this guy Indian, perhaps? Single motherhood was the single worst perspective or influence to Joshua Moon's perspective on gender relations. I've said this a million times. If my views on women were influenced by my mother and my relationship with my mother, I would not like them. You understand? Understand me, boy? If my views on women were shaped by my relationship with my mother, I would not like them. The only time my mother and I were not arguing with each other was when we were eating. We would eat out constantly. We would go to Ruby Tuesdays or Mexican places or do pizza every fucking day. She never cooked a day in her life. When she did, it wasn't very good. Sorry to say. I don't mean to offend anybody. But it wasn't very good. So we just didn't get along. And the only time that we were happy together is when we were eating. And that was my relationship with my mother from the time that I was in middle school until the time I was in high school. And that is why there's Blockland posted me saying all sorts of terrible shit, not just about her, but to women in general. However, guess what happened? I turned 18. I had a male mentor. I got a girlfriend. I made male friends. I moved out, and I got a better grasp of the world around me. Okay, that's what happened. And I know, even thanks to my mother, she did put in work. She did a lot to help me. And I know how to take out the fucking trash and wipe my own ass. If you can't do that, you're fucked. I'm sorry to say, but if you can't do that, you're in good shape. You just have to do what Karl Jobst did and walk up to them and say, "Hey, you're sexy," and then run the fuck away. That's how you set them up for round 2. No, it doesn't explain why I'm a feeder. It explains why I'm fat. I never had a good relationship with food. I just ate. I'll even tell you. When I went to Ruby Tuesdays, you know what I got? I got the buffalo chicken sandwich, and they ruined that at one point. At one point, they They got lazy, and the whole breast fried chicken thing battered in. I'm hungry now. Battered in buffalo sauce. They swapped that out for like their buffalo tender wings, and they just put 3 of those on the bun instead of the chicken breast fillet. And they ruined that fucking sandwich. I love that fucking sandwich. That's actually sad. Nah, that's fine. I'm not haunted by the ghosts of my past. In my mind, there is the patrician of my history. There is everything before Whataburger, and there's everything after. And everything before Whataburger, I don't remember very fondly. And everything after, I've done quite well. And it's just like, it doesn't impact me. At all. In terms of even like perspectives on women and shit. It's just like there was a clear divide in my life's history where there was a point where I languished and I just did code. And I was angry at video. I was angry at everything before I got a job. And everything switched. It was like day and night. There was probably like a three-year adjustment period between the ages of 18 and 21 where I became an adult. And the difference between, like, I would not recognize myself as a teenager. Yeah, I don't think you understand how completely different I was. I don't even look like myself. But that's what it is. Okay, let us read the super berries. Now, I am once again asking that everyone subscribe to the locals. I know it's a pain in the ass if you don't have a Rumble account, but if you go to if you're on Rumble, you just click join, and I pinned the link for Kick. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get back to what we were on Gumroad before the great tragedy of Stripe terminating my fucking account for no fucking reason whatsoever for the millionth fucking time. That would be awesome. To be quite honest with you, I have exclusive content. What am I thinking of? I wanted to watch that Chinese show where that guy was on it. I wanted to read. Oh, I have a special book that I want to read. If Keffals puts out his book, I'll read that. And then I'm still watching Adolescence. I watch like one episode a night, and I'm debating if I want to comment on that because it's like the current thing everyone's upset about, and the UK is passing laws over it. But I've watched like 2 episodes, and it's honestly not good. I don't know what the fuck people are getting out of it. Bossman. Okay. There's actually one thing about Bossman. Bossman's back in there's no like video to show this, so I didn't line it up. Bossman's back in rehab. He's apparently doing a 6-month inpatient rehab. It's not quite clear if it's inpatient or outpatient. He's kind of waffled on this and been like, well, I think I just have to stay sober, and then it's like, then I have to go in. But I think it's a 6-month inpatient rehab that's court appointed. He either does it or he goes back to jail. And the penalties for him failing this are really high. So it's going to be a long time before anything about Bossman comes up again on stream. Oh, 6 weeks. Oh my God. I was preparing for the long haul. 6 weeks. Okay. Much better. Hopefully he can do it. But, you know, the odds of people ever coming out of rehab, especially court-appointed rehab that they didn't go into voluntarily, the odds of people ever coming out sober and staying sober is like nothing. It's nothing. You know, sorry to say, but once somebody's a drug addict, they're always a drug addict. They're never not a drug addict. And I think they even say this. They're like, I'm an alcoholic and I'm 40 weeks clean. It's a dry alcoholic, but I don't know. We did get some good content from Austin. He was pretty classic. Yeah, oh no, my Oshi. Exactly right. We got some good content from him on this break. Hopefully he does fine. I don't want him to go to jail. But, you know, it is what it is. 6 weeks, yeah, I can survive 6 weeks. I did it before, I'll do it again. And then all the sick bastards who don't like Bossman Tint can celebrate their sadistic pleasures, which I cannot comprehend. Get some water. Stoicism arpeggio. Oh, okay. I know how he wants me to pronounce this. Stoicism arpeggio, for one, says, I like that you get small details wrong on every topic. It makes me feel like I'm listening to a podcast from an alternate reality where things are mostly the same, but not exactly, never change. As far as you know, I don't actually exist, and that's exactly what's happening. Taxes are optional, for one. For one says, I have a very young son. How do I make sure he does not become autistic? This is a serious question. The possibility of him turning autistic is terrifying, and you're the closest thing I know to an expert on the subject of autistic fucks. Please help. I don't know. Nobody knows what causes it, bro. People say vaccines. I don't know if that's the case. It's probably just a matter of like socializing them. But if they come out like really weird and autistic, there's not much you can do about that. Sorry to say. Just don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't speak evil into existence, and it won't happen. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 5, says, glorious Kiwi Emperor. I see why you choose a Kiwi as your mascot to strike fear in the hearts of your enemies. And then even though it's a $10 amount for a YouTube video, maybe I'll look at this. Let me see. Bro, I have been sent this video literally a million. It's just the fucking video of the Kiwi crying. It does sound like a dinosaur. It's very spooky. I've seen it. Let the record show I've seen this video literally 10 million times. MAGA communist, for one, says, you're mad at FDR for being a socialist? Well, wait till you see what Donald J. Trump has planned for you. And then there is a Reddit drama link. Let's see what this is. Okay, I think they want me to show this on screen. So this is their site. A bunch of Trump communist posters with like fake American flag things. The American people are tired of working 8 hours in a climatized office. It breaks the spirit, makes them weak. True happiness lies within 3 shifts in a loud and dirty factory. They will flavor our air, season our rivers, stiffen your backs, and give you a sense of pride that can only come with paying 50% more for buying domestic. Is this like the new trend? Like people are going to be against American-made products? Sorry, bro, you're not going to get any of that shit. Good Luck 7 for 2 says, happy protein day. Thank you. I appreciate it. I had red meat today. I had red meat and a little cookie. So I've eaten about... Actually, I guess I should just say, I am down 26.5 pounds now. And on the next stream, I think... Yes, the next stream. That'll be the exact 2-month window for me starting my diet. Seriously. And I will have a request. I will actually request information for the first time ever. I can eat the cookie. It's budgeted in, bro. Budgeted in. Humble Guardsman for 5 says, your Twitter would be gaining more traction if people weren't jump scared by the terrible visage of the arch enemy upon visiting your page. Sorry, not sorry. That shit's staying up. Dizzy Until Death for 5 says, would you watch a Home Alone reboot where Nick Rekieta and Ethan Ralph played the Wet Bandits? Sure. Why the fuck not? Schwarzenwald for 5 says, reading the Garfield comic strip, I now hear your voice when Garfield communicates. You sound just like I picture he would. Jershfield hates Monday and trannies. That's very weird. That's a very weird message. I don't know how to respond to that. I guess that's what Germans don't have like a variety of English voices in their head. So when they read Garfield, they have to reach for whatever streamer they last heard. Dragoons for 10 says, Josh, why do you hate the forum's users? I do not, Dragoons. Thank you very much. I don't know where that comes from. Hamster for 5 says, clearing my basement and Spotify was being a faggot. Then I remembered it's Maddie time and now I'm happy. Oh, I'm so happy to be the hero of the story. Thank you. Latrans Rights for 1 says, in your opinion, who has the best national anthem? I say it's a tie between France and Ireland. Because of God Save the King? That's the best anthem? The American anthem is actually fantastic. There's a cover that really stirs the spirit. Let me find it real quick. There's a very specific version that's like, I think it's on Engine's channel or something. Yeah, I think it is. Or it's like a collection of voices singing, and that's what makes it really, really good. It starts like a little boy, and then it's like the... Yeah, this is it. Then it breaks out. And there's like another part where they says our flag was still there, and it's like this really soaring note. Oh, this one. This is a fucking awesome rendition of the national anthem. This is like the best fucking rendition I've ever fucking heard. That's pretty good. The Soviet anthem's pretty good. I actually really like the Ukrainian anthem as well, though it's kind of like a Debbie Downer song. The Ukrainian anthem is, if I remember correctly, it's called Ukraine is Not Yet Lost, which is not exactly the inspirational message that you want to hear, but I guess it's pretty apropos at the current moment. Though it was not an anthem, Teufelslied is one of the most banger fucking songs ever composed, especially for like old music. Sneedo for 1 says, not the first time German. Then again, Botched is also a very good song. Sneedo for 1 says, not the first time Germans took down multiple dudes. I read that on air as it came in, and yes, very true. Space Allen for $50 says, Ham Jam. Thank you, Space Allen, very much. I appreciate it. David S877 for $25 says, you previously mentioned you were driving a lot. How long are you estimating until you finish every Buc-ee's in the country? I've been to Buc-ee's. I have been to Buc-ee's. I have had the beaver nugs. I've had the jerky. I've had the pulled pork sandwiches. I've even bought little beaver mementos. Buc-ee's is truly a fucking American. Buc-ee's is probably the most American thing that a tourist can see in this country right now that encapsulates the American spirit. Thank you. Coyadante for 10 says, Poland got richer and England poorer because of all the Poles moved to England. What? They would get richer then, because the Poles seem to accumulate wealth. Thank you. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, was being serviced by the British how you lost your foreskin? No, I was serviced by a different type of person. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 5 says, trust no bish. That's right, trust no bish. The false copy of Sender for 1 says, read tariffs. I would literally pay $15 for a loaf of bread if it meant liberals could be eradicated. Like they really thought we would just brush over how they want to murder us and groom our children. Bro, if it gets rid of the fucking Indians, I don't care what the price is. I'll be in poverty living out of a fucking trailer on a half acre. I don't give a shit. Ballistic Characteristic for $20 says, here's a crisp 20 dude. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Octavia Sales Rep for 10 says, fishy. I don't know what that's a reference to, but fishy. Maybe he was talking about Keffals at the time. Not sure. Sergeant Wizardfist for 10 says, very funny watching the Brits and other Euros who are neighbor cattle still prattle off about America while they get wiped out by Browns. There's a video by Sargon of Akkad put out recently where he went to the United States and talked about how much he liked being in the U.S. So he might be expatriating. Dude, the Euros that want to stay in Europe, just fucking let them. Don't worry about it. Judy Tester for 3 says, how to get permanent residency in the UK, and I don't need to read this, I've already seen it. It is the deportation tribunal in the UK said that this convict with his multiple rape offenses was so terrible that if they deported him to Jamaica, he would actually be at risk of physical harm, and therefore they can't legally do that, so he gets to stay in the UK forever for free because he's such a reprehensible fucker that they might harm him by deporting him. So the British just have to deal with him for the rest of his life now. No Hurt Mr. Metal for 5 says, nice to catch another live stream. Real question, is the tariff retard war going to revive the old production industry in our old industry cities like Chicago and Detroit? Would like to see Ford Steel. Probably not in those cities because they suck ass. They're probably going to move to Republican areas, and then those areas are going to be fucked up forever, basically. Unless we get rid of the people that fuck up the cities. Euclid Sneed for 5 says, Jersh, we all know you have multiple kids in third world countries like a true passport bro. My oats are not sown to the wild. Euclid Sneed. At least to the best of my knowledge. Steen Frieden for 1 says, as someone who only knew surface level DSP lore, I genuinely thought Phil was having a redemption arc when he linked up with Kino Casino. Guess I'm retarded. It's like with Chris, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You know, I think that the idea that PPP was playing out the whole DSP thing as like this long con, like orchestrated from the beginning, I think that's fallacious. I think that originally he was trying to just interact with DSP and try to help him. And then when the A-logs got so fucking annoying, he wanted to genuinely spite all the A-logs. And then what happened is that he realized that he couldn't stand DSP and there was no helping him. And eventually he just like, whatever, I guess the A-logs were right. Let's pander to them and threw him under a bus. And that's how that worked out. So it was just like, I think it was very much opportunistic. It's like, let's have DSP on. And then it's like genuinely like, fuck these guys. And then like later it's like, okay, well, fuck this guy too. You listening for 2 says, Boblax, no more blacks. I don't know what that means. I know his name is Blowblax. That's his real name. Dark Western for 5 says, have a great weekend. Thank you. I appreciate it. No Hurt Mr. Metal for 1 says, Josh, you're jerking off trannies with your coverage. 7 minutes of humiliation fetish. Listen, I laugh and I don't care what they do, and that's my modus operandi. Gormless Wonder for 10 says, stomping on everyone you hate. Preach it, Josh Hamroll. Thank you. I will. I'll continue to stomp. No Hurt Mr. Metal for 1 says, Keffals, Fenster, Blowblax, tranny humiliation fetish for 12 minutes now. You're welcome. Pimmelfetchta for 2 says, tuna money. Thank you. I appreciate it. Laserdisc Spinman for 3 says, happy pizza day. It's not pizza day today. I might eat pizza tomorrow, though. I just got to budget in a full day's calories. Breadwash for 5 says, YouTube link. Please replay your amazing rant 974 in case the timestamp doesn't work. Oh, I think I know what this is. Yeah, I know what this is.
Even right now, there's more shit happening as a consequence that I have to deal with by myself and without anybody else's help. And when it was okay, when it was going well, Keffals had no problem laughing about it. Well, my friend, here's what I have to say. I don't want you to die, Keffals. I want you to live. I want you to live for thousands of years so that every day you wake up and you see half of man. You agonize over your own botched surgeries and you've accomplished nothing and you fight drug addiction year after year. I want you to live forever for 475,000 years until the end of Kali Yuga. I want Keffals to be alive so that they can continue to suffer as Keffals does every day. Boys and girls. TTD. That's right, chat. That's right, chat. Fuck them.
Fuck them. Fuck them, chat. I was going to say that, and I thought, I think I say fuck them at the end of this. Fuck them. That was one of my funniest moments. Gormless Wonder for 5 says, Keffals and Sam Hyde voice, help me, sir. Help me. I am retarded. Please help me. I am retarded. I am retarded. Please help me, sir. My Indian voice is getting more and more mileage by the day, unfortunately. Melon Salt for once is Jewish. We get a Suffatroon Suffa. Sure we do. Banana Plugs for 10 says, Happy Pizza Day, Josh. You're my favorite non-slop always. I've been a bit down. Can you tell me a joke? No. I don't have bottled jokes ready to go, bro. I'm not the funny man. I'm not going to tell you a joke about a genie. Go watch speaking of, if you're depressed, go watch The Boondocks. That's a good movie. Or The Boondock Saints, rather. Thank you. No Hurt Mr. Metal for once says, how the fuck does Keffals have PTSD from online harassment? Dude needs to go on a hike and find Jesus, or in this case, Troon Muhammad. During COVID-19, my hikes by myself really helped my sanity. I went over it. He doesn't. I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe he's trying to set something up by like lying about having PTSD. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, Maddie should go have a violently electrocute the host donation goal. No. Safu. Crispy Legs for 10 says, Happy Friday. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sneedo for 1 says, the VTuber fags better leave Bossman and the Bossman thread alone. He doesn't care about your Oshi little pussy. That's gross. Phrase it like that. I don't think they talk to Bossman, though. Haramburger for 2 says, oh no, my Oshi. Vomit drawer is hyperbole. Shada manga is heresy. Gordoverse is unrelated. Not my Oshi. I don't think the vomit drawer was hyperbole. The Shada manga was flamenco. And the Gordoverse is unrelated. That's true. That was true. Anime Extremist for 1 says, what's the promo code for the locals? There's no promo code. You gotta give me the money. Promo code? You think I'm doing like a shot glass or something, bro? Come on now. Malacalypse the Younger for 10 says, Josh, allowing the VTubers a space of your own is you're finally embracing your inner Hank Hill. You don't understand what the kids like, but you realize it's better than if there's an adult in the room. That's true. That's how I feel in a lot of situations on the site. I'm going to be real with you. Thank you. Anime Extremist for 5 says, I watch multiple VTuber streamers periodically throughout the day, every day. What on earth are you fucking talking about? I feel like someone with schizophrenia is trying to talk to me. Go ask the thread, bro. Join the forum and talk to somebody in the thread and ask, what the fuck is Josh talking about with the VTuber shit? Chuck Poster for 1 says, reminder that black men commit domestic violence at double the rates of whites. Sneed. Interesting fact, Chuck Poster. Sika Loather for 10 says, is it possible for you to monetize Kiwi Flare or other stuff that you've developed during that 1 year of downtime? That's how one Chinaman made it big in Japan, selling code he developed for his PhD. Kind of, yes, but I'm donating that code to the foundation. So I've considered opening up GitHub donations for the foundation just to get money rolling in, if possible. But I'm not sure how many people would support that. It's worth a shot, I guess, to see if it gets immediately destroyed. Anime Extremist for 10 says, Devin Stack / Backpilled create a new fun game. Would you care to play a round or two with us? Depends on how much time it takes. Let's see. Okay. Fun game. Make up a fake sounding black name, then search for that in the word arrested. I chose Quadarius and Shalanda. Okay. Sneed Arias arrested. Legarius Sneed, not accused. Dominique Xavier Sneed, a marshal, was arrested and charged with a felony. Tyrone. Tyrone's an easy one. How about Tyrone Sneed? Oh my god. He's actually a football player with the... This guy looks like he's super fucking arrested. Driver delivery robbed at gunpoint by Tyrone Sneed? Corey Tyrone Sneed of Wellington. That's Tyrone Sneed. That's pretty good. Great idea. Wonderful. Devious to V for 2 says, well. I know, right? I can't believe it. Sika Loather for 5 says, I can't stop giving suggestions on money making and grifting. The Chinaman's urge to think of ways to make money is as strong as the Sika's urge to shit on the street. Well, trust me, I do a lot of brainstorming myself. You're not alone. Gormless Wonder for 5 says, we need to make a null-approved ancient meme video list. All the classics. Yatta. Maybe you can watch and rank them for locals. I do like Yatta. I like the black men's... I don't know. There's a lot of old ones. I like that Castlevania music. That da 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 da. That song. That's a classic meme. David, the firing of my laser rap song, the Pokemon rap song. All my favorite memes are musical related. David Lammy for one says, "Come to England." Absolutely not. Burrell Furman for one says, "Nothing, thank you." Respect Elves for two says, "Are you still in contact with your mother?" No. Sneedo for two says, "Average training Keffals fan car," and there's a Catbox link. Oh my god. Holy shit. So, it's an Oregon gay license plate that says Catboy with an I. It has 8 million different pride flags. And then a bunch of gay shit. Stickers, trans rights, non-binary rights, abolish ICE, protect trans kids. And then it has anime stickers up top. Wonderful. If only Elon Musk would like... Look, here's a second car with even more fucking shit. And it says Dog Boy on the... Holy shit. They took a picture of this one, but this is off to the side as like a spoiler. Dog Boy with more ACAB shit. Please be patient. I am a huge dumbass. What is that? That's a programming thing. What is that? Oh, that's like a... Oh, that's a county library thing. I thought library isn't like a programming thing. Thank God he's not like a Rust. It's a Prius. Anime Extremist for two says, "I don't really care if white guys have Asian wives or Asian men have white wives, but I don't like libertarians, especially liberal ones. So thank you, Josh, for making Karl Jobst. Says Anime Extremist with the anime fucking avatar. Yeah. What do you think, guys? Do you think Anime Extremist has sat down with an abacus and like calculated out the harm to the gene pool by mixing in Asian and white? Or do you perhaps think that Anime Extremist has come up with this interesting caveat towards his racism because this man likes yellow pussy? Which one do you think is likely? That he's calculated this out and done the maths, come to a philosophical endpoint on this? Or do you think this man has the big horny for yellow pussy and just doesn't want to say that he's in the wrong? The Bugs for 10 says X-Link. Okay, let's see. I found my wife in my camera roll and wants me to get therapy. I mean, that's fake, but that's funny. I like that video. Exican 555 5 for 5. Would you swap Jeets for Brits in the US? Oh man, if I had to. Sneedo for 2 says, "I remember seeing this true reply on the Karl Jobst tweet. Suffer training." Let's see. Today's a link day, chat. I am shocked. Okay, the guy replies, "Something that always shocks me is how many people will treat us differently. Doesn't matter if we're cute or not. People always start treating us differently once we tell them. The amount of people that straight up ignore me, leave me on red, or don't treat me the same as my girlfriends is like 8 out of 10 people. I tell myself it's not them being transphobic, but ultimately, I guess it is. You can play a violin song in your head. Wee, wee. Now Scott 5 for 10 says, "Military reprimands are written at a 4th grade level because that is the reading level of most people in the military, high rank or low." I don't know if that's true or if you're just being an asshole, but I believe it's true. Sneedo, thank you by the way. Sneedo for 1 says, "Every time I see leather jackets, I think of East Coast Italians or mob. I'm surprised you don't have one already, Guido." Now that you say that, now I'm tempted again. You brought me back in. The president of Nintendo for 2 says, "You ever notice how Styx looks like Asmongold in a pirate costume? Suspicious. Also, I wanted to tell you that you look really cute." Oh my god. Okay. The Bugs for 2 says, "Capblox file. Oh boy, another link." And then there is a picture of me eating an MSG burger, aspartame cola, the MSG fish fillet, fluoride springs, and then genetically altered spuds, which, to be quite honest with you, I'm a big fan of genetically altered spuds. Great. Thank you. MouseCop5 for 10 says, the quarter pounder once got really drunk and tried to get Medicare banned from YouTube by sending him a 1488 super chat and acted really smug about it. Can't stand him. Yeah, that's pretty fucking bitch made. I've heard that, but it's just, I don't know. I like him on Twitter, but that's kind of gay. Asian Tech Support for 10 says, have $10. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Octavia Sales Rep for 20 says, thanks for the long stream. Here's some cash for more 10 p.m. Deans. Well, don't mind if I do. Thank you. Anime Extremist for 2 says, I've donated a lot today. Can you play this, please? It's short and funny. Okay. As long as it's not cute and funny.
I can't even breathe.
Oh.
Man, what the fuck am I doing in India, nigga? This place smells so bad I can't even breathe here. I'm finna get some Indian street food and feast in this bitch.
Hello, Mr. Floyd. Come feast on this chicken tikka masala, my friend.
Man, this looks fucking delicious. Oh fuck, what did I just eat?
Ha ha ha, you stupid fuck. It was my poop, sir. Ha ha ha.
Ah, fuck nigga, I'm gonna shit myself.
I like how he turns to mud.
Man, what the fuck am I doing?
That's the best part. People reply to these memes and say, white people are obsessed with George Floyd. I'm sorry, it is you who buried him in a gold casket and ruined cities for it. Lilanthia for 5 says, thanks, Josh. Thank you. Grummz Wonder for 1 says, if you ever become wealthy beyond your wildest dreams, would you help support your mom in her waning years? I guess. Umpty Madhu for 1 says, pro tip, step 1, find the banking info of Supreme Court justices. Step 2, direct us to donate to them under the guise of donating to you. Step 3, get a justice to bank. Step 4, profit. That's called fraud. You cannot do that. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 10 says, my apologies, Kiwi Emperor. I don't know what you're apologizing for. You tweeted, sent something at the early segment, and now I don't know what. Thank you. Bought or Not for 20 says, Josh, I saw your tweet about headlights, and as a truck driver, I sympathize. Have a separate pair of sunglasses I wear at night just for it. Dude, it's awful. And anyone saying that it's not awful is like fucking retarded. It's so bright that you have to like when they start coming and you realize they have these fucking xenon lights, you have to look at the ground and focus on the yellow line, because when they get close, number 1, looking down helps you avoid some of the light. Number 2, you can't see anything else. If you just look straight forward, you can't fucking see. And it's not like they have their brights on. They just have their normal headlights on, and their normal headlights are fucking ridiculous. It's like genuinely a fucking hazard. I never saw any lights like that in Europe, ever, for any reason. But here, it's all the fucking time. Employee Man Jack for 5 says, be honest, Josh, how much Kino Casino have you been watching in your free time lately? Hearing a lot of PPP and that stuff. Look, when I did the Suffer Horse thing for a while, and then I tweeted or said something to Ralph about Suffer Horse, and then during the pill stream in Dick's basement, he said, yeah, Suffer Horse, and then PPP got it from that and did his own take on it, where he makes it really like kind of high pitched. Yeah, suffer Medica, something like that. And it's like that has become more mimetic than my original Suffer Horse segment. So it's like tectonic plates have been abducted into this. MH Dark Law for 15 says, please play this clip, at least the first 45 seconds of it. Okay, let's see.
Here's my question to you. Do you really want? Yes, I do. Because being a partner in a law firm isn't all it's cracked up to
Hey,
be.
it's that guy that really hates Red Letter Media.
But the money's good, right?
Who are you?
Oh,
that guy looks really familiar. He looks like I want to say he looks like one of the very important politicians in Germany. He looks super familiar.
part of the Neighborhood Crime Watch. The way this works is you watch, I commit the crime.
Oh my God.
No. There's no talking. You just give me your watch and wallet now.
Here's my problem. You're black.
What?
I'm Debbie Crane. I'm a big shot.
So am I.
If you kill me, the headline is going to be Black Guy Kills White Big Shot. And that's the last thing we need when we're trying to elect an African American as president.
Dear God. How about if I just blow your brains out right now?
That doesn't work for me. Work for you?
Kitty, please. Hey.
All right. swollen. Gun, knee, right foot, left foot. Thank God for guns, huh, Jerry? Only in America. Sweet land of liberty valance.
Is that William Shatner being racist? Denny Crane. His name is Denny Crane, but he's just William Shatner. I don't understand. How is this possible? How is it possible to be Denny Crane and then also William Shatner at the same time? Truly remarkable. Thank you. Fentard Professors got recommended. Oh my god, another fucking link. It's $10 for a video. I'm being serious. Next stream, I'm putting my foot down because I can't get through the super chats. I have to open the fucking link constantly. Fentard for 5 says, I got recommended a video while drunk. It's called some kind of midlife crisis, or I deleted my 4chan photo, Discord, and seen bought a bike from a gypsy so I don't have to show up later. It was stolen. Okay, let's see.
Velcros, what the fuck? Why are you guys so surprised? You shouldn't seen this coming ages ago. Okay? I watch Forsen. I have no friends. I'm from Finland. I'm an alcoholic. Like somewhere down the spiral, I was gonna start wearing dresses. And I'm in computer science. Okay? I don't know why you're all so shocked.
Someone pray for Fentard. Because he's about to get fucking wrecked, okay? He doesn't know what to do with himself anymore. The Orange Cow, for one, says, did you see the Chinese little boy piss boiled eggs thing? Yes. Oh my god. Anytime you bring up fucking China, you talk about the fucking boy eggs. Devious to V for one says 333, and he successfully fucked me up. Chimpanzee that for 2 says, new Poe 2 League is out. Are you going to try the new class? No. I tried playing Poe 2. I did not like it. I didn't like the maps. I did not like how expansive they were. I didn't like how much backtracking I had to fucking do. I honestly don't like the Aztec theme at fucking all. I really, there was not, I had no joy playing Path of Exile 2. I got all the way up to maps, and I tried doing a couple maps, and my gear had fallen off, and like, I really don't want to fucking grind anymore. I'm done. I've been struggling the entire fucking game with my build, and I'm sick of playing this, and I don't want to start a new character, because I don't want to fucking meander around a bunch of swamps for 8 fucking hours, and then go into a fucking Aztec world. You know how much I care about Mesoamerican culture? 0. Put me in a gothic castle with zombies in fucking Europe. I don't want to be in a fucking Mesoamerican pyramid that goes on and on for 10 fucking miles. I don't care about fucking Aztecs or Incans or whatever the fuck. It just sucks. I hate it. It was like their idea would be have fewer acts with fewer maps and make each map 4 fucking times as long as it needs to be with no indication of where the fuck you're going at any time. It sucks. And I haven't played Marvel Rivals in a long time, in months. Sorry. Sneegro for 2 says, did you ever see that Daka use one of your clips to call a YouTube premium fag on Zitter and Cattle? Yes, I did see that. Daka is a fan. Steendo for 1 says, apparently Elon's Troon son knows about the farms Lamau. Bro, what? You can't tell me that and then not have a fucking source for that. That's funny. And Johnny Applesneed for $400 Monero. A Monero Chad. Forgive me, mein Schneider. First time catching up live in a while. I haven't given you any fun since Stripe decided how I'm allowed to spend my federal tax coupons. Here's some internet shekels with interest to make up for it. Godspeed. Thank you. We are on locals. So, as I said, Maddie.live/Jono, or if you click join on the Rumble chat. And I even pinned it in the Kick chat. I appreciate the flock returning to me and giving me the support that I need. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you've been doing well. Steendo for 1 says, even as someone who drives a pickup, I get blinded from these bright-ass LEDs. Apparently, they're more common because energy-efficient bullshit. I mean, you can make a super hyper-efficient LED light and then either paint the globe or just not put as much electricity into it and dim it. For whatever reason, they not only make these super bright blue blinding lights, they also make sure to crank them up as high as they'll possibly fucking go. And it sucks. Gormless Wonder for 1 says, yes, fuck the Aztecs. Based opinion. Okay. That is all. Thank you guys very, 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 very much. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. And now, here comes the difficult part. I did not have the foresight to pick an outro song. So now I'm gonna have to try and find ones when I'll play a game stream when I can. I'm busy at the moment. Sorry, no, it sounds like a cop out. Let's see. Rucka Alley. I think there was one for coronavirus. Corona. That sounds right. I'll play this one. This is Rucka Alley Corona. And I'll see you guys next week. Take it easy. Bye-bye. Oh, that's loud as fuck. Where is the audio on this? There we go.